Okay, hello everyone, and welcome back to Back the Log Off. This is Professor Icepick, and if the corner in the top right, what am I saying? The logo in the top right corner hasn't clued you in already, I'm going back to Ace Attorney Investigations 2. God, why can't I talk today? Okay, so I'm going to try to wrap up Case 4 this time, and hopefully maybe even get started on Case 5. So let's get into it. He's still in the jail cell. They even have the toilet. That's great. April 6th, Detention Center, holding cell. This is the second time I've been in this cell. All of my evidence has been taken from me. The only thing I have left is Kei's Yatagaratsu's badge. I'm worried about Kei. Is she alright?
The culprit is me. I remember looking down at the person in the red raincoat. Mr. Edgeworth, it was me. The culprit was me all along.
You have a visitor. Please hurry out. A visitor? Who could it be? Someone by the name of Dick Gumshoe. Will you turn him down? No, it will be hard to face him, though. April 6th, Detention Center, Visitors Room. God, it's going faster now. Wait here. He's not going to stay and keep watch? Pardon me. Pardon me. Judge Courtney.
Hush. Please, have a seat.
Why are you here? I was told the detective had come.
If I didn't instruct them to tell you that, you wouldn't be sitting here right now.
I can't think of anything she'd need from me at this point. I should try to figure out what she wants.
Your visitation rights have been restricted to begin with.
It's as if I am some monstrous criminal. I suppose my credibility has hit rock bottom.
But of course, your friends have fared a little better, though. That lawyer and that girl were both quite worked up.
Mr. Shields and Emma.
When I last saw them, they were giving one of the guards quite an earful.
What? You don't mean?
Be grateful. The goddess of law has been quite busy. They were spared punishment.
It certainly seems like you have plenty of time for small talk.
Oh yes, Prosecutor Von Karma is presently continuing the investigation. You were worried about them, right?
I guess she saw right through me. Let's cut to the chase. Exactly what are you planning?
I am not planning anything. There's merely a question I wish to ask.
You're asking me?
Yes, of course. Who else is here? Objectively speaking, you are a clever individual, and you have a sharp mind. As a prosecutor, you are highly talented and capable.
Are you being ironic? Your sarcasm falls short.
I am being completely sincere, and that is why I cannot understand. Take this case, for example. You're up against the PIC. There's no chance for you to come out on top. Even a child can understand, and yet you...
Perhaps my younger self would not have done something so reckless. The me from before had power, and that's why I thought justice was on my side. Just like you right now. However, because of a certain man, my self-centered sense of justice was broken down. of a certain man who shall remain nameless. But we'll call him P. Wright. No, that's too obvious. Perhaps Phoenix W? Ever since then, I began to see people in a different light. I'm able to serve as a prosecutor only because of the support of the people around me. People like Detective Gumshoe and all the other investigators. And Kay as well. Honestly, even I'm surprised at how much I've changed.
I see. Is that how it is? I've come to understand you a little more.
Understand me? Not likely. Someone like you who forces her own sense of justice onto others could never understand.
I wonder about that. Is that what you think? If I could say one thing, it would be that this conversation has been very interesting. That is all. Our conversation is coming to an end, however. I have one last thing to tell you. The date of your hearing has been set. I came here today to inform you. Today, in the PIC meeting room, may you humbly accept your fate.
If that's all you wanted to say, couldn't you have just sent a messenger?
The holy words of the Goddess of Law simply cannot be entrusted to others. With that, Mr. Edgeworth, I bid you farewell. I shall be seeing you again later.
Just the look on his face, he's like, what? April 6th, detention center, holding cell. He still salutes him. Wait, am I? Oh, okay, I can play around. Alright, let's see. Examine, huh? There's a dining menu sitting on the desk. It seems I can get food delivered if I pay for it. Let's see. Moldy white bread lunch set. I'll switch to moldy whole wheat bread for an extra $1. Oatmeal and grits set meal. For a limited time, get extra gruel at no additional cost. Thank goodness I'm not hungry right now. God. There's a poster on the wall next to the toilet. We are currently out of toilet paper. Please be prepared if you wish to use the toilet. What does it mean by be prepared? It's a simple bed. I don't expect it to be very comfortable to sleep on. If it were Detective Gumshoe, he would probably snore loudly while sleeping like a log. I may never get a chance to work with him again. However, this is the path I chose. I won't regret it. I mustn't neglect my personal appearance just because I'm in a holding cell. Prosecutor or not, this is my personal duty. My collar is slightly bent. There. A well-groomed appearance reflects a well-groomed mind. From here on, I'll need to focus myself more than ever. Wonder what else there is to look at. How about the books? Okay, yeah, no, that's... Okay, so what about here, then? Okay, that's still the same one. Alright, let's see, maybe the... Okay. There's a poster hanging in the hallway. The Dice and Slice game. Roll the dice and decide your daily meal. The Dice and Slice game has been cancelled due to the warden's arrest. We sincerely apologize to everyone who is looking forward to it. There's no need to apologize for cancelling such a silly game. Another visitor? Kay!
Ah.
It seems you're all right. I'm relieved. For now. You know, this is kinda touching. You look a little down, Kay. Please cheer up. You didn't do anything wrong. I guarantee it.
Please, just accept it. I'm a murderer.
That's not true. Why won't you believe in yourself?
What should I believe in? I mean, there's nothing.
There's nothing to believe in? That's not true. Before you lost your memories, you literally jumped into my life. As a result, your words and actions have become engraved in my memories. That's the mark you left behind. How can you call that nothing? I believe in your innocence. That's why you must believe in yourself as well.
Thank you, but it's no use. Look at all the misfortune I brought upon you. If you can, please forget it all. Your memories of Kay Faraday.
Kay! You know, this takes me back. In my youth, I too was a gallant. Is this the kind of justice that the PIC seeks? Justice, huh? I wonder. This man, what is he planning? Why is he pushing things forward so forcefully? It all seems too unnatural. Is there a hidden agenda? There's no time left. It's all or nothing now. Well, then I must take my leave. Hold it! No matter how you look at it, Kay's arrest was unnatural. There must be something behind it. Hey, I'm a busy man, you know. I'm kind of a big deal, you see. I trust this won't take up too much of my time. In order to make it out of this situation, I must break through his defenses. There are plenty of things I want to ask, but my time is limited. First, I'll ask about why he rushed the arrest. I have no intention of letting him push me around. I will overcome this difficult situation. Begin logic chess! Kay is not the culprit. My, that's a rather bold claim, you know. Anyone can shout objections at the top of their lungs, you see, Mr. Former Prodigy Prosecutor. Ugh. Oh, I lost him. It's no use. I don't have enough information. My chance will come sooner or later, and when it does, I mustn't let it slip by. Why did you rush your arrest? I would like a clear explanation. Explanation? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. You clearly did not follow the proper procedures. Okay. Maybe you should pipe down a bit. Do you even know the position you're in? Let's see if waiting is... Suppose we let the criminal escape. What do you think will happen? What will happen? I would be made to take responsibility, you see. I do hope you understand. Haven't you realized it yet? I have... Oh, no, wrong answer. My, I wonder what you're getting so excited about. I sure can't understand the high spirit all you young folks seem to have. Why does he keep burning evidence? Ugh, that was a wasted remark. I have no intention of letting him push me around. I will overcome this difficult situation. Okay, so fast forward. Okay, so playing with this lighter means that he's pissed off. Suppose we let the criminal... Just take my advice and stay out of this, if you know what's good for you. I refuse. Kay is innocent. You know, this is so pitiful. It brings me to tears. Why won't you just give up? Things were finally going well. Ah, here we go. Things were going well, you say? That's a strange way to put it. It almost sounds as if you personally wanted Kay to be arrested. Far more than necessary. Haven't you lost your impartiality? Oh, he's not even like... You think so? That certainly wasn't my intention, you see. Edgeworth, my boy, you're reading too much into it. You skillfully avoided the issue. However, I still have some serious doubts about Kay's arrest. Next, I shall ask him if the investigation was sufficient. I can't miss even the tiniest piece of information. That's the only way to break through this situation. How much time was spent on the investigation? You know, I wonder about that. I don't really remember, you see. There's no way I can accept such a careless answer. Like I said, I don't remember. My memory's not as sharp as it used to be, you see. Sometimes I even forget my own son's name. I don't care about your idiot son. I want your answer regarding the investigation. Yes, he really is an idiot, even though I don't remember raising him like that. There's no end to this. He just keeps on dodging the question. Let's try another line of attack to make him take me seriously. It's hard to say that the investigation was sufficient. The arrest, was it under your authority? My, do I really look that important? The Prosecutorial Investigation Committee Chairman. It's quite a prominent title. Not that I care much for it. That was rather blunt. I'm so shocked I could cry. I'm sorry. Flattery was never my forte. If you keep talking like that towards me, you'll never get your prosecutor's badge back, you know. Let me make this clear right now. I do not live for the sake of my badge. Status means nothing to me. Do you understand? Oh, now he's pissed. Young, so young. Let me teach you something as your senior in life. What you're saying right now, it's far too naive, you see. The look in his eyes has changed. He might respond differently to some of my questions now. This is my chance. How much time was spent on the investigation? Well, aren't you an impertinent one? Even someone like me is starting to get annoyed. What a coincidence. I feel the same way. Answer me. Was the investigation sufficient? Young folks always live life in the fast lane. That's why I like to bully them. You'll regret this soon enough. Haven't you realized it yet? I have you cornered. My. Okay, yeah, wrong answer. My bad. Okay, I should have clearly just let him keep going. Alright. Wait and see. You sure are quiet. Are you scared? Ridiculous. I was just thinking about my next strategy. On how to extract information from a weepy old man. You should show some remorse, you know. Don't you get it? I hold your fate in my hands. Okay, wait again. In any case, even if you've obtained some information, there's nothing you can do. Just give up already. I refuse. Mind if I ask why? It's simple. The truth is fading away. That's all there is to it. I see. I'm starting to understand what kind of person you are. But you know, it's all useless. It's enough to make me cry. Give it up. That girl's guilt has already been decided. That's strange. The way you said that, it almost sounds like it was decided from the very beginning. What are you trying to say? Her arrest was planned. Yes, it's clearly unnatural. Everything is progressing as if Kay's guilt was predetermined. Wasn't Kay's arrest planned from the start? I see. That's an interesting theory. But I don't have time to indulge in your flights of fancy, you know. Why don't we put an end to this silly conversation? Curses, he's trying to get away. Before that, I must find out if the arrest was lawful. Oh god, time limit. It's still very faint, but I'm beginning to see the path to the truth. I can't let this opportunity slip by. Kay is not the culprit. My, that's a rather bold claim, you know. Oh, okay, well, that was the wrong way to go. Please wait. There is still something I want to ask you. I've grown weary of our little tete-a-tete. I can never pronounce it. Please keep it short, okay? If I put together what you have told me up until now, I cannot help but say that there's no basis for Kay's arrest. Yes, I understand, you see? But you know it doesn't really matter either way. You can't overturn her arrest. How irresponsible. Do you still claim to be a man of the law? My, those are some harsh words, you know. You know, you're starting to make me a little angry. You see, to be honest, I really can't answer all of your questions, you know. That's just the position I'm in, you see. I'm a busy man, you know.
Aren't you just pretending to be busy?
That's cruel, you know. This old chunk of coal has been working like a dog. Pretending. Just what do you think that would accomplish?
You don't want to talk about the case. Isn't that why you're trying to get away from this place?
How sad. Yes, how sad indeed. Do you really suspect little old me?
I do suspect you, and I'm confident about it. There was clearly no basis for Kay's arrest.
My, have you forgotten? Wasn't there evidence? The mask, the letter, and the corsage. All were found in the girl's possession. Not to mention she even confessed. All of this serves to prove her crime.
That's...
Any objections?
Okay, well, let's wait for him.
You see, you have no response.
It's true, I have no objections. Although there is one point that bothers me. This man seems awfully familiar with the evidence. To remember everything without missing a beat. That intrigues me. This could be a useful clue. Okay, so...
Huh? So you've grown silent. Does this mean I can go now? I was too passive.
Oh boy. I have no intention of letting him... Okay, so let's... I've run this line of questioning to its conclusion. Let's try another line of attack. Who was the one who made the decision to arrest her?
Well, I can't say I remember. Growing old is a terrible thing, you see. My memory's not what it used to be, you know.
Perhaps I should use that clue. Don't play dumb with me. Didn't you remember all of the evidence in full detail just now? Stop pretending to be a forgetful old man when things aren't going your way. Now then, who was the one who made the decision to arrest her?
I see. You're a sharp one, aren't you? You know, I wish my son could learn from you. Because he's a real idiot.
I'm not interested in your son. Who made the decision for the arrest?
You're a bad man, you know. Don't you already know? The one who ordered her arrest.
Haven't you realized it yet? I have you... Oh, no. Okay, alright, this is gonna be tough. Oh, man, I made... Okay, it was you, obviously. Alright. Fine, alright. Okay, almost out of time here. We gotta hurry here. Yep, okay. Fast forward, yeah. The person right in front of me. I'm certain of it.
Ouch. You make it sound like I committed some kind of injustice. Guess I'll have to clear that up. My honor's at stake here, you see. Very well, I'll continue to play along with you until you are satisfied.
What is most crucial here is how much this man knows about this case. If I can get him to reveal that. Okay, I like how I get full health regardless. It's do or die. If I can overcome this, I'll reach the truth. You seem pretty familiar with the case.
I'm a wise man, you know. I'm familiar with most things, you see.
I don't think it was very wise of you to arrest Kay in this case. That lighter is dangerous.
I'm a very busy man. I can end this conversation anytime I want, you know. Don't you forget about that. This would have already been over if you had simply answered my questions. If you give me a proper answer, I won't take any more of your time. I will ask you once again, why are you so familiar with this case? I read the case files, you see. Honestly, it was quite a drag, you know. But it's my job, so what could I do? Because of my position, you see. I can't just skip out on it. Well, I had some time to kill, so I read the whole thing, you see. That's strange. Didn't you just say you were very busy? Aren't your faults slowly coming to light now? If you truly wish to protect your position, I would advise you to rescind the arrest order. You really are desperate, you know? That never say die attitude, it touches my heart. But you know, it's unfortunate that all your hard work was for naught. Because we discovered her unconscious body near the crime scene, you see. This is the first I've heard of Kay's condition when she was found. She was unconscious in the storeroom. That's right. The source of that information is classified, though. This man knows things even I don't know. Does he know the whole story behind this case? This could be a useful clue. The suspect regarding Kay. How much do you know about her? She's the suspect in this case. That's all I know, you see. Scout's honor. Perhaps I should use that clue. Something you've said feels out of place. You know about things that the crime scene investigation have never revealed. Why is that? Just how much of the truth do you know? You're making that forceful face again. You know, it kinda makes me want to do the same. Like this. I don't care if you copy me. You really are a persistent one, you know. But I can admire that, you see. I will take that as a compliment. Can't you give it a rest already? At my age, my body's not as strong as it once was, you know. There is no one else who could be the culprit besides her. She was even given that much evidence to show that she committed the crime. She was given evidence? She was given evidence, you say? That's an odd choice of words. It almost sounds as if she did not possess them under her own will. I see. You really do have a fine eye for the details, as expected of a former prodigy prosecutor. You've already found your answer, haven't you? I'm listening, so go ahead and say it. There's no need to hold back. I have finally wrenched open the heavy door to the truth. Now all that remains is to strike the final blow. Kay is not the culprit. My, that's a rather bold claim, you know. Anyone can shout objections at the top of their lungs, you see, Mr. I shall break through this with that clue. Kay was framed. The true culprit is pinning the blame on her. That is my answer. Oh, his beard's on fire! Oh, that's cool! Oh, that was awesome. Yes, you're a clever one. It almost makes me feel bad that your prosecutor's badge was taken away, you know? Yes, it's as you say. Checkmate. Logic chess complete! You arrested Kay even when you knew of the existence of the true culprit? Don't toy with me. There's no way such an act would be tolerated. You sure are green, you know. That's what a prosecutor is supposed to do. It will all work out fine if we make her guilty. Who would desire such a resolution? If I had to say, maybe the PIC. And also maybe me, you know. When I heard your words just now, I could barely hold back my tears, you know. It was just so splendid, you see, and it burns me up inside. I'm not the most perfect piece of work, you know, so I can't forgive such youthfulness. You say the truth is important, but you know, once you know the real value the truth holds, I wonder if you can still say the same thing. What are you trying to say? When you get to where I am, you can just create your own truths, anytime you want. Kay Faraday's the culprit. That was a truth that I simply manufactured out of thin air. Good, very good. That face, that expression. You was such a desperate one, you see. That's why I really wanted to bully you, you know. You see, even if you know the truth, there is simply nothing you can do. And that's the real value of truth. So shocking that it's to die for, you know. Why won't you pursue the true culprit? How much of the truth do you know? Do you understand now? The truth that you believe it is worthless, you see. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Powerless former prosecutor. You. Oh, scary, scary. You know, I guess the friends of a heinous criminal are also quite heinous themselves. Blaze, you? And like this, you see, one more person will disappear before me. Ah, here come the waterworks. These tears of mine just won't stop, you know. Everything will be decided in today's deliberation. In Kay's innocence, I will definitely prove it.
Wait, really? April 6, 8:30 a.m. Grand Tower PIC meeting room. Why is the reporter there?
10 members are present. The quorum has been met. From here on out, let the council begin. Today's deliberation shall be about Miles Edgeworth's aptitude and ability as a prosecutor. Let our members discuss this matter with a clear conscience of the goddess of law. A clear conscience? Don't make me laugh. Courtney, please give us your report.
On April 5th, Prosecutor Edgeworth carried out an illegal investigation and resisted arrest. He was arrested by 2 of our members who caught him in the act, myself and Blaze DeBest. Prosecutor Edgeworth disrupted the investigation of attorney Jill Crane's murder. He claims that the culprit, Kay Faraday, was arrested without sufficient evidence. Even now, his claim remains unchanged.
Tell us more about the murder incident.
On April 5th, the victim's body was found here in the PIC meeting room. Regarding the details...
I, Sebastian DeBest, the best prosecutor, will enlighten you.
The prosecutor in charge, Sebastian DeBest, will explain the rest of the details.
The murder happened on the night of April 4th. The victim was one Jill Crane. On the same night, a black market auction was being held in this very meeting room. I guess Ms. Crane was taking part in the auction, yep. The murder
occurred in the middle of the auction, did it not?
When Ms. Crane was found, she was dressed like the conductor of the auction. However, based on the fact that the auction continued after the murder occurred, I deduced that Ms. Crane could not have been the conductor.
You weren't the one who made that deduction.
Sebastian, please show everyone the basis for the arrest of the culprit.
You got it, Justine. Kay Faraday was unable to bear the weight of her good conscience.
I believe you mean her guilty conscience.
Yes, it was her guilty conscience that drove her to confess the crime. According to her confession on the roof of this building, she met a figure in a red raincoat on the viewing platform.
So Crane was wearing a red raincoat?
Yes, that's correct. The culprit used the conductor's clothes as a red herring to mislead us. At the time of the murder, Miss Crane was wearing a red raincoat.
It was I who discovered the raincoat near this building.
He did? I'm sure it was the forensics team who found it.
To be more precise, it was the forensics team under Sebastian's orders who discovered it.
I thought as much.
According to the blood analysis, the person in the red raincoat and Miss Crane were the same person. The decisive evidence is the culprit's own confession. She testified that she killed her. That's right, the culprit is Kay Faraday. It couldn't have been anyone else but her.
Well then, Edgeworth, if you have any objections, let's hear them. I have no objections. I see, I see. It seems all the fight's gone out of you after your little overnight stay. I have no objections to your claim that I investigated illegally. I admit to that. However, I object to the claim that Kay is the culprit.
I will testify that Sebastian's investigation was fair and just.
Ha 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 ha! Of course it was, Justine. Don't you know that I'm the fairest of them all?
Edgeworth, my boy, despite how things may seem, I actually kinda like you. If, and this is just an if, you see, if you were to withdraw your objection, you might be sitting on this side of the bench tomorrow. I'll ask you one more time, Edgeworth. Do you have any objections? Don't take me for a fool.
I'd advise you to watch what you say.
This man is the one who should watch what he's saying. I'm talking about the case, not a chair. I demand a testimony. By all means, let me hear it. I want to know how the PIC understands this case. A testimony from us, eh? Fine then, if that's what it takes to make you happy. Courtney, give him the materials from the investigation.
Sir, but that's...
It's the end of the line for him. I'll let him go out in a blaze of glory.
If you insist, Mr. Chairman.
Received evidence from Judge Courtney. Why don't we have Courtney give the testimony? I have no objections.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Don't worry, Kay. You just watch from over there. It's time to fight! Summary of the case.
Ms. Crane went to the black market auction as a customer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for auction. We believe that she left her seat after winning the bid for it. The only exit for the storeroom is the hatch that leads to the viewing platform. Ms. Crane went out to the viewing platform where she was attacked by Kate Faraday. That was how she met her end. And that concludes my summary of the case.
The red raincoat was up for auction? Is that a fact?
It is quite likely. The red raincoat had been a piece of evidence. In the assassination attempt on the president of Zhangfa, as you well know. Originally, it should have been stored in an appropriate place, but when I asked about it, I learned that it went missing.
And it somehow made its way to the black market auction. Certainly a natural conclusion. My, well done, Courtney. Your explanation is as clear as ever.
I am much obliged. Prosecutor Edgeworth, will you concede defeat now?
Sorry, but I don't plan on it.
I see. I'm relieved.
Relieved? What does she mean? Come to think of it, her reason for questioning me yesterday remains a mystery. Just what is she thinking? Rebuttal. Here we go.
Ms. Crane went to the black market auction. Red raincoat was on one of the auctions up for auction. We believe that she left her seat after winning the bid for it. The only exit from the storeroom is the hatch that leads to the viewing platform.
The victim was a PIC member. Couldn't she have also just left from the meeting room?
If she had done so during the auction, then its existence would have been revealed to the public.
Since Ms. Hart knew about it, it seems the cat is already out of the bag.
The customers were required to enter and exit from the hatch. Miss Crane was simply following protocol. Considering where the murder took place, she must have tried to leave through there.
The victim was a PIC member. Couldn't she have just also left... okay, wait. I already did this one. Sorry. The victim was a PIC member.
Oh, wait. So, okay, so they both have the same exact... Alright, fine then.
Why would the victim immediately leave her seat?
That had to do with how the auction was conducted. It seems that after the winning bid, the winner was required to pay for the item immediately.
That matches up with Ms. Hart's testimony.
We believe that Ms. Crane paid her bid for the raincoat, and then immediately tried to leave the auction.
Well, we have, let's see. Okay, that doesn't have the information. Wait a second. I think I might know. Ah, no, that was wrong. My bad.
Judge Courtney, could you take a look at this piece of evidence?
I'm afraid I cannot accept that piece of evidence. I do not believe it has any relation to my testimony.
No! As I expected, she's nothing like Sebastian. However, I won't back down so easily. The victim encountered the culprit on top of the roof and the crime occurred there. According to her reasoning, the murder took place at the viewing platform. But was that really the case? Some piece of evidence must tell the whole story behind it. I should try looking again.
Let's see. Nope. Nope. Okay, yeah, that wasn't gonna be it either.
Judge Courtney, there's a contradiction in your testimony.
I cannot authorize this statement.
And why not?
Because it's obvious you're bluffing.
Is that the impression I give off? Next time, for sure, I will present evidence that will silence her for good.
What am I missing here? There's obviously got to be something. Okay, let's see. Victim's body was discovered in the PSC meeting room. Estimated time. Okay, that's clearly not it. Candelabra.
This is a rare shape for a pedestal.
Okay, yeah, that's not it either. Man, I'm doing very badly. Okay, let's just make a save file here because I don't trust myself at this point. I don't trust myself not to screw this up. Probably should have made one at the beginning of that point, but it's too late now. We're just gonna have to deal with having lower health. The only exit from the storeroom is the hatch that leads to the viewing platform. Miss Crane went out to the viewing platform where she...
So, you're saying that a member of the PIC was involved in illicit dealings?
Regarding that, I have no response.
He's right, you know. After this hearing is over, we're going to have to clean up our act.
A splendid decision, Mr. Chairman.
Now, it is only natural, you see. There's no need to flatter me, you know. But you know, that has nothing to do with you at all, Edgeworth. Because by then you won't even be a prosecutor anymore, you see. Well, now that this tearful business has been cleared up...
Yes, sir. I will continue.
So, the red raincoat was also up for auction?
Yes, it had belonged to Shelley DeKiller.
Based on the circumstances, we must consider that it was an item up for auction, you see. That was what he wore when he targeted the president of Zhenghua. There was a mannequin that was positioned unnaturally amongst the auction goods. That may have been where the red raincoat had been on display. Do you know how the goods were procured?
We're currently investigating it, but it's none of your concern, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Soon you will be nothing more than an ordinary individual, and then you will be finished.
It seems the results of this deliberation have already been decided. Enough about me. Please continue your testimony.
Since the raincoat had been up for auction,
Why would the victim... Oh, okay, I've already got that one. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. Okay, that's wrong. Yep, alright, fair enough. Oh, it was the photo. Okay, fair enough. I should have known. I should have known it was the fucking picture. Judge Courtney, I've found it strange for a while. I found it to be strange for a while now. Why is Miss Hart here with us?
she is an eyewitness to this case. Isn't it only natural for her to be in attendance?
Aw, shucks. I reckon I'm more of an ear witness than an eyewitness.
It seems that gaining the trust of others isn't your strong point, Judge Courtney.
Perhaps I simply do not wish to be as tactless as you.
It appears you have failed to get the witness to tell you the most vital information. Please look at this photo. This was taken by Ms. Hart.
The photo seems to have been taken in the storeroom. And what of it?
According to your reasoning, the incident took place on the viewing platform. However, Ms. Hart encountered the incident in the storeroom. That's right, it had taken place just before the photo was taken.
Wait! If that's true, then Justine's reasoning...
Exactly. It does not hold up.
What?
Ms. Hart, allow me to ask you again. You saw the person in the photo with your own eyes, correct?
I sure did. I seen him plain as day with my own 2 eyes.
And what did you think at the time?
I figured I was about to get me a big scoop, you know? I guess that makes sense.
Ahem. That's not what I meant. What did you think of that person?
Huh? Well, I reckon she'd help bring home the bacon.
Are you mocking me?
Aw, shucks, don't make that scary old face. It was just a harmless little joke. The person in the red raincoat? I reckon they were the culprit.
I hope you understand now. The crime occurred in the...
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I cannot understand your argument if you do not say it out loud. If you had simply asked, I would have been more than willing to explain.
Explain what?
The sounds Miss Hart heard may not The sounds Miss Hart heard may not necessarily be related to the case.
That is impossible. Enough of your excuses.
Was the voice that Miss Hart heard really that of Ms. Crane?
Such a shady conversation must have had something to do with the case.
What did her voice sound like?
Her voice? Well, it beats me. How was I supposed to know? They were both using the voice changers.
Yes, the voices Miss Hart heard had been altered by a device. We must therefore question whether or not they have any bearing on this case.
Please tell me we're making progress here.
You need not object just because you wish to sigh.
Judge Courtney, it seems I have greatly overestimated you. No, Courtney is quite amazing, you see. You claim that the sounds Miss Hart heard have no bearing on this case? Even if they do not, it does not change the fact that the crime took place in the storeroom. At the very least, the crime must have occurred before the victim went up to the rooftop. The reason being... this evidence proves the crime occurred before the... Oh, wait. Yeah, no, I see it now. Bloody handprint. At first, I thought the person in the red raincoat was the culprit.
Well, Miss Hart's testimony certainly made it sound that way.
Precisely. It was because she saw that person's hand was covered in blood. Precisely. It was because she saw that the person's hand was covered in blood. Anyone who heard her testimony would have arrived at the same conclusion. The person in the red raincoat was the culprit, and the blood on their hand was the victim's. However, if the person in the red raincoat was the victim, then the situation changes completely. Since blood can be seen in this photo, it must have been taken after the crime occurred. It seems we've been under the wrong impression in regards to the victim's condition. This photo shows the true. Was still alive after the attack. The victim was definitely attacked in the storeroom. Immediately afterward, the victim was seen with blood on her hand. That must mean the victim was still alive even after she was attacked. The blood on her hand must have come from her own wound.
No way! Are you saying that she died from a hand injury?
No, that is not the case. I suspect she just held her hand against the wound. It can't be seen in the photo, but at this moment, she must have already suffered a fatal wound. Oh, if that's true, then it changes a lot of things, you know. It seems you understand. This refutes the allegations against Kay. Kay encountered the victim after this picture was taken. I believe at that point in time, the victim was already on the verge of death. It's likely Kay just happened to be present when the victim reached the end of her strength.
That is quite the coincidence.
Indeed, I can only say that she was at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, it seems you have forgotten a crucial fact.
Ah, you mean that, right? He must be pretending that he has not noticed it, you see. What did you say? Are you implying that I forgot something? Courtney, I think it's about time you gave him his last rites.
Hey, Pops! Justine's with me, you know! Don't order her around like that!
You know, even though you're my son, you're so embarrassing.
I'm not embarrassing!
I'm sorry, but you're both rather embarrassing.
Justine, give Mr. Edgeworth his,
Very well. I shall give him his last rites.
Edgeworth's contradiction.
When the body was found, there were 3 wounds in Ms. Crane's chest. I'm sure you're well aware that what kind of wounds these were, right? Yeah, she was stabbed in the heart with the 3-pronged candelabra. Is there any person who could survive such an injury? Please take a close look at the autopsy report. Can you still say the same thing after reading it?
Well done, Justine! With this, Mr. Edgeworth will...
I will offer a rebuttal, of course.
Why would you do that? Didn't you hear what Justine just said?
Of course I did, and I still plan to object to it.
It's not fair! You're always opposing me at every turn.
It was never my intention to oppose you.
Huh? Really?
It's simply not worth my time.
I see. So that's how it is. Yep. After all, I'm...
That's enough, you know. You're embarrassing your father, you see.
Huh? What do you mean, Pops?
Okay, I'm gonna be sad if we lose one of the bests. I'm gonna be incredibly sad. They're great together. Okay, that was wrong.
Judge Courtney, don't you have a problem with that statement just now?
Should I have a problem with it?
Exactly, because there's no problem at all.
In that case, you should have refrained from speaking in the first place.
No! I don't think that left a good impression.
Mr. Edgeworth?
We'll be fine, Kay. There's nothing for you to worry about. Evidence that the victim was alive after the incident. If I can just find that, Kay will be...
Okay, so let's see. Is there any person who could survive such an injury? Please take a close look at the... God, what am I missing here?
So the cause of death was a stab wound to the heart. Is that correct?
Yes, the candelabra pierced right into her heart. Since this was Dr. Young's medical opinion, it must be the truth.
The coroner's medical opinion follows my own opinion. Therefore, it's perfect.
I certainly cannot ignore the autopsy reports, however.
Hey, don't ignore my opinion.
However, if the cause of death was a stab wound to the victim's chest, wouldn't it contradict that piece of evidence?
Ooh, he's totally ignoring me. Justine, say something.
Yes, I will not allow you to ignore my reasoning.
Okay, that piece of evidence. Now, what piece of evidence? Oh, wait. Okay, no, that's wrong. I think I know what the right evidence is, I just don't know where it goes. Okay, let's see. Wait. Damn it. Okay, that's still wrong.
Judge Courtney, there is a contradiction in your testimony.
I cannot authorize this statement.
Okay, well, I've already read that. Next time for sure, I will present evidence that will silence her. Okay, let's try, pressing on the autopsy then.
According to the autopsy report, the stab wounds to the left chest caused the fatality.
Correct. The autopsy report itself is the foundation for my reasoning.
In other words, I just have to shatter that foundation, right?
I don't find that amusing at all. I look forward to seeing you try. Nevertheless, please take a close look at the autopsy report before you make a rebuttal. Show me that your reasoning is not just mere conjecture.
Very well.
Mr. Edgeworth?
We'll be fine, Kay. There's nothing for you to worry about. Three wounds? That sounds rather painful.
Indeed. We must punish the culprit accordingly.
Kay, do not listen to what she says. Judge Courtney, please continue your reasoning.
Very well. She had 3 wounds.
Wait a second. There's no way. Damn it, okay, that's wrong. Alright.
Judge Courtney, could you take a look at this piece of evidence?
Okay, is that right? No, I mean, there are more wounds, too. That's the problem. God, am I really going to... God, I'm going to lose here, aren't I? Okay, still wrong. Okay, and that's...
To come this far, only to lose the truth.
Okay, we're just gonna try quick little reset. There we go. Now supposedly this should bring me right back to where I was. But let's see. Whew, okay. Okay, let's just speed on through this then. Yeah. I mean, I guess I can't because I reset, but still. Judge Courtney, I've found it strange for a while now. I mean, I don't know if we keep the suspend states if you, like, actually game over, so that's why I did the reset. KI said that's how he handled it, so I figure I'll just do it the same way. I guess I get a rare opportunity to speak freely during this game. God, I'm trying to figure this out, though. Like, what is the right way to make it through this? Okay, I feel bad because it's like I do have the perfect opportunity to speak here, but I don't have anything to say, really. I'm just trying to focus here. God. See, I know what I'm trying to argue at that next juncture. I just don't know how to argue it. Maybe I need to, like, press to get another piece of testimony. I seriously love these two. Let's see, how much... Okay, so he's 17. I understand that. How old is she? She's 19 right now. He's sick. Jesus Christ, dude is getting around. He had him in his, like, 40s or something. Well, I guess that isn't too unusual. I mean, that's how old my dad was, like, 41 when I was born, so... Okay, Edgeworth's contradiction. Okay, we'll just make another save now because I don't want to have to go through all that shit again if I fail again. God, they make the save system in this just so annoying for a portable game. It's weird. You know, it's just weird to me.
Why don't you ask Sebastian instead?
Of course, Sebastian knows all about it.
Huh? Me? Yeah, I know everything.
He's obviously lying. Sebastian, maybe you should sneak a peek at the autopsy report, you know?
Let's see here. The fatal wound was caused by the candelabra. Ooh, so that's how it was.
Ahem. The cause of the wound was just as Sebastian said.
So, the cause of death was a stab wound to the heart, is that correct?
Yes, the candelabra pierced right into her heart. Since this was Dr. Young's medical opinion, it must be the truth.
Oh yeah, I've read this already.
At the very least, we cannot be certain that she died instantly.
Even if she still had a little bit of life left, I doubt she would have held on for long. Can people survive after being stabbed in the chest?
In some cases, maybe they can. Although maybe they can't.
Huh? So in the end, which one is it? No such human exists. If you think they do, then first.
According to the autopsy report, the stab wounds to the left chest caused the fatality.
Correct. The autopsy report itself is the foundation for my reasoning.
In other words, I just have to shatter that foundation, right?
I don't find that amusing at all. I look forward to seeing you try. Nevertheless, please take a close look at the autopsy report before you make a rebuttal. And show me that your reasoning is not just mere conjecture.
Very well.
Mr. Edgeworth?
We'll be fine, Kay. There's nothing for you to worry about. Evidence that the victim was alive after the incident. If I can just find that, Kay will be.
Okay, nope, that's wrong.
Judge Courtney, could you take a look at this piece of evidence?
Nope, that ain't it either. Oh, wait a second. No, that's not it either. Crap. Okay, fine. Let's see. The victim's body was discovered in the PIC meeting room. The estimated time of death is sometime between late last night and midnight. The cause of death was stab wounds to the left chest with a candelabra. Head wound was post-mortem, burn mark on the victim's hand. Corner. Man, I am stumped here. Okay, that's not right. Okay, no, that's not it. Okay, that's not it. God, I seriously have no idea where to go on this. I'm kind of lost. Oh, wait a second. Wait, oh, crap. Okay, wrong. Okay, wait. Between midnight... Hold on. I think I might have an idea of what to do. I'm probably wrong, though. Yeah, that's what I thought. God damn it, I was wrong. Okay, well, fair enough then. Okay, we'll just reset again. God damn. Now, like I said, random bullshit go, you know? Part 2. Electric Boogaloo. Okay, that's not it. Judge Courtney, there's a contradiction in your testimony. You cannot authorize a statement. Okay, that's not right. God. This feels like a hint, but... Not sure to what exactly. God, am I just going to have to, like, brute force my way to a solution at this rate? Yeah, what am I missing here? Clearly missing something. Feel like an idiot. Wouldn't it contradict that piece of evidence? Oh! Okay, now I God, I am such an idiot. It's so obvious. There it is! It's the raincoat! The raincoat wasn't punctured, just the fake clothes were.
Chairman DeBest, do you know what this is? It seems to be a red raincoat. How about it, Courtney?
The victim, Ms. Crane, was wearing this earlier. Prosecutor Edgeworth, must I repeat my explanation to you all over again?
I suppose it just might come to that, Judge Courtney. Answer me this. This red raincoat was stained with blood. Do you happen to remember where specifically those bloodstains were located?
Of course I do. They were on the hood. Wait, it can't be!
Huh? What does this mean? Judge Courtney, were there any other bloodstains besides those on the hood?
None were detected.
Don't you think it's strange? The victim died from a stab wound to the chest. In that case, there should have been bloodstains on the front of the raincoat. However, the only blood they found was on the hood. This is a huge contradiction. The wound on the victim's head is no ordinary wound. After all, the victim sustained this wound before she was stabbed in the chest.
It does appear that way, doesn't it? The victim first suffered the head wound. If she had already been stabbed in the chest, the raincoat would have been stained with blood. Therefore, it is unthinkable that her chest was stabbed before she suffered the head wound. So the order of the wounds would be first the head, followed by the chest. However, does that really change the situation?
With this, a contradiction is born, one that overturns all of our assumptions up until now.
Is that change really that great? I look forward to hearing it. Well then, this contradiction, why don't you show it to me? With evidence.
Which piece of evidence shows the contradiction that arises from the order of the wounds?
Well, that would be either the candelabra or the conductor's clothes. Let's see. This piece. Okay, yeah, alright. No, it's not.
I've absolutely no idea what you're trying to say. I'm sorry, me too.
Same here.
Me too!
Ugh, so it wasn't this? It is unthinkable that her chest was stabbed before she suffered the head wound, and thus a major contradiction is born within that piece of evidence.
Oh, okay.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, there was no contradiction after all, was there?
On the contrary, Judge Courtney, if the victim sustained her head wound before she was stabbed in the chest, a huge contradiction arises.
Which piece of evidence shows the contradiction that arises from the... Oh, okay. It would be the autopsy report then, right?
This is the autopsy report written by Dr. Young. According to this, the head wound was post-mortem.
But that's not what the raincoat shows.
Exactly. It's the exact opposite.
Bailiff, hurry and summon Dr. Bonnie Young at once. Until we hear what she has to say, we cannot close the curtains on this case.
Yes, ma'am. Understood.
Dr. Young is a busy person. It will take some time for her to arrive. In the meantime, let us try viewing this case from another angle. There's something that's been on my mind. One of the key figures in this case, the conductor. We still don't know who that person is.
Now that you mention it, even after our investigation, we still have no idea who it is.
The conductor has come up time and time again during this hearing. However, at this point in time, their identity remains a mystery. How about it? Do you have any ideas?
I'm still not sure at the moment. However, there is someone I have in mind. A certain individual involved with this case who might know something about it.
Who's that?
Blaze DeBest, I demand your testimony.
But what? Don't say such a stupid thing. Why would you Don't say such a stupid thing. Why would you suspect Pops?
Are you trying to cast suspicion toward the chairman of the PIC? Do you understand what that means?
The status and prestige mean nothing before the truth. That man is trying to pin the crime on Kay. The evidence that was in Kay's possession, the ticket stub, the mask, the corsage. These items did not come into her possession out of her own volition. By some other method, that man has purposefully planted them on her personage.
It is hard to believe such a sudden accusation, but I'll ask just in case. Why would he do that?
Obviously, to direct suspicion towards Kay. I succeeded in drawing out those words from him earlier.
Mr. Chairman, your response?
Are you too shocked to speak? And what of it? Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, what of it? You say that you drew out some words from me, but you don't have a shred of proof, do you know? No one else heard it but you. It just doesn't work like that, you see? Or do you have something else? You know, some kind of basis for your argument? This confidence, he also showed it at the cell.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I would like you to explain once more. I trust we have your permission, Mr. Chairman.
But of course, I'm pretty interested in this matter myself, you know. I'd like to know just what part of me seems criminal to Edgeworth. There's no one as honest as I am, you see. How can he say that with a straight face? Let's start from the top. The fact that the auction was held in this room is a cause for suspicion. This is the PIC meeting room. I imagine it would be difficult for non-members to enter.
That's why all the members have key cards, you know.
I think we can assume that multiple auctions have been held here before. Therefore, suspecting a member of the PIC would be...
The best!
Yes, because the conductor had to have been a PIC member.
Wait, no!
What was that all about?
What do I do, Pops? I just helped the enemy!
Sebastian really is an idiot, you know. But you see, Edgeworth, I'm not the only one with access, you know.
Indeed. There are 11 members in the PIC. Even if we rule out the victim, Miss Crane, there are still 10 potential suspects.
It's not me, but it couldn't have been the chairman, right? I don't know who it is, but whoever it is should just come forward. Yes, everyone just calm down, you know. Edgeworth, is that all you got? Where's the evidence to suspect me? Oh, so you've fallen silent. But you've gone too far, you see. I won't forgive you anymore. It's too late for regrets, you know. I'm an important man, you see. Former chief prosecutor and chairman of the PIC. It's fine if you're not prepared to face the fire, you know. 'Cause you see... Either way, it won't make any difference. Oh God, okay. 'Cause I'm gonna bully you! You've been rambling on for quite a while about the most trivial details, you know. Like the location of the murder, the order of the wounds, and... what else was there? It just doesn't matter, you know? 'Cause you see, none of that means anything, you know? Think about it. We've got the suspect herself saying she killed the victim. That's all that matters, you see. She'll even get a lighter sentence with her confession, you know. Now then, if there are any contradictions, be my guest. How can that be considered a testimony? There must be a contradiction somewhere.
That person. He's very important, isn't he? Mr. Edgeworth? It's all right. Let's just give up. Surely I must have killed her. I can even remember it.
Don't be tied down by your muddled memories. If you want to believe in something, believe in your own innocence. Believe in me, who believes in you. Oh God.
But...
My opponent is the PIC chairman. Taking him down won't be easy. However, he has underestimated me. If I can take advantage of that... 'Cause I'm gonna bully you. You've been rambling on now, complaining about the most trivial details, you know? Like the location of the murder. I'm gonna make another save here, even though I'm like really low on health, because I do not want to go through all that shit again. There's no way there's a contradiction in a testimony like this. He has underestimated me. If I can take advantage of that. Okay, so yeah, we're going to do this the hard way. Clearly, I have to press for more details, so I'm gonna press all of his statements, and then we'll see what happens. You know, whatever happens, happens, right? The autopsy report and the questions about the conductor. Were you even listening? Talk is cheap, you know. I was listening, you see, but I didn't think much of it, you know. You didn't think much of it even after I brought up all those issues? Perhaps your judgment needs to be questioned rather than my ability as a prosecutor. Ha ha ha! That's a good one, Edgeworth. But you see... How can you say it doesn't matter? Are you trying to suppress the truth? Well, you see, it simply doesn't matter as much as you say it does, you know? You see, Edgeworth, you're only saying it matters to avoid the real issue here. It may be true she confessed, however, that does not make it the truth. She is suffering from memory loss, so we must question the credibility of her testimony.
Holy shit, he speaks.
Even if you say that, it still won't solve anything. What good will it do to deny her confession? Sounds like nonsense to me. Wanna try asking her again? I think she'll just say that she's the murderer again, though. Very well. Let's try asking her again one last time. I'd like to hear from Kay herself, whether or not she is the culprit.
Huh? From me? Will that be alright? If this goes poorly, it will be quite unfavorable for you.
I do not mind. However, I shall ask Kay the question myself. I'm moved to tears, Oh, how touching, how very touching. Fine, then. I'll let you ask her. However, I have one condition. If all this proves to be a waste of time... then that will be the end of it. How's that sound?
The end of the hearing?
Yes, it seems you can be smart once in a while, Sebastian. In other words, you see, if she confesses again, Kay Faraday will be found, beyond a shadow of a doubt, guilty. Yep, it's a fine idea. Guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt? Yeah, that's right. That's harsh, but either way, if I do nothing, she'll be declared guilty. Kay,
Yes?
I know what I'm asking of you is unreasonable, but please, I want you to answer me. It doesn't matter how tiny it is. Do you remember anything? Anything that would prove your innocence?
Why? Why would you go that far for me? I can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to remember. Because I might have done something even worse. If that were the case, I would only make things worse for you, Mr. Edgeworth. Kay Faraday must have been a despicable criminal. Someone who betrayed your trust.
Don't worry. We've only known each other for a short while, but I know you very well. I'd even say that I know you better than yourself now that you've lost your memories. You cannot possibly be the culprit, because your true identity is...
Take that!
the great thief Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu was a noble thief who would never stoop to murder.
Huh? No, it's useless. After all, no matter what, that memory still remains. This image that's stuck in my head, I just can't get rid of it. That means I must have...
Hold it! There's no clear evidence to prove that you're the culprit besides your own confession. Remember what I said? You must believe in yourself. Or perhaps you cannot trust my words?
No, that's not it. It's because you are trying to save someone like me. You've already lost so much, all for my sake. I can't bear it anymore. Please, please just give up.
I see now. I thought it was strange. The reason you were acting like you wanted to be found guilty was because you were concerned about me. That is just like you, Kay.
It's because you're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth.
Unfortunately, I may fall short of your expectations. I'm not trying to be a good person. No matter how much you may want me to give up, I'll keep trying to save you. That is the nature of who I am. Whether or not it is a burden for you is none of my concern.
Huh?
Kay, believe in yourself once more. You are a noble, great thief. What you should be doubting is your memory of committing the murder. That is my wish above all else. Please.
Ah!
Kay!
What is it? Did you remember something?
If she remembers something now, it'd be like a bad movie.
Bull.
Bull?
Prosecutor Edgeworth, please ask her to clarify.
Well, Kay, what do you mean by bull?
I remember now. The person in the red raincoat had that with her. The stuffed bull doll! I'm certain of it!
Is that true?
Is that true, defendant? Yes, Your Honor. The court hereby accepts the defendant's statement as a new piece of testimony.
Quite messing around, Courtney. A testimony like that cannot be accepted, you know.
Your objection has been noted, sir. However, testimony about the victim's belongings
has been lacking up until now. Nevertheless, you know, her vague memories cannot be trusted, you know.
Her memories are vague. That would be bad for us as well. Didn't you say this earlier yourself, Mr. Chairman? Since we have the suspect's confession, we don't need to worry about the trivial details. If we decide to doubt her memories, then we must also doubt her confession, which is the main foundation of our case. Are you willing to do that, sir?
You're right. Well, never mind then. I shall leave it to you.
Thank you very much.
We did it. It was touch and go for a while there, though. However, those words of Judge Courtney just now, it almost feels as if she is on our side.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you know anything about this stuffed animal?
The stuffed animal Kay spoke of must have been this. We found it in the storeroom. It is believed to be one of the items for the auction.
This is...
Do you know something about it, Justine?
No, it's just a bit different from what I imagined.
Indeed, it's certainly not what I would have expected the victim to be carrying either. Let's examine every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's... Oh, hey, here we go.
The left horn is missing.
There's a hole in this stuffed animal. It seems this hole is where the horn is inserted into.
I guess its head isn't stuffed with cotton. I wonder what's inside.
Perhaps I should examine the other side. The right horn seems to be fine, but the entire balance feels a bit off.
This horn, it looks like you can move it.
What? Bzz, bzz.
What was that buzzing sound?
It seems this toy is equipped with a recording device. Bzz, bzz. And
I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me.
Silence, huh? I've been waiting for my chance to get revenge all this time.
Ah!
Bzz, bzz, bzz. Is this the moment of the murder?
Who could have recorded something like this?
The stuffed animal data updated in my organizer.
This is... There ain't no doubt about it. This here was what I heard.
We cannot verify when these voices were recorded. It's also possible that they aren't related to the case at all. If only we had some video as well.
That's hogwash. I'm telling you, that right there was the conversation that I heard. The victim was holding on to it, right? I reckon it must have been recorded when she got attacked.
That certainly is a possibility. However, your testimony alone is insufficient. I require something with a little more credibility.
Again, her words. It almost sounds as if she's trying to give me advice. Judge Courtney, there's no mistake that those voices were from the incident. Please recall the audio that was recorded by the stuffed animal. I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. If we compare this part of the recording with a certain piece of evidence, we can prove it. Oh, I know this. This evidence shows that the recording took place during the moment of the crime. The jamming ninja mask, it has to be. Judge Courtney, what do you think of this piece of evidence?
Presenting something that has nothing to do with the recording will not do you any good.
Ugh, I could have sworn it was this.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, is there really evidence to prove that the voices were recorded during the incident?
Please recall the audio that was recorded by the stuffed animal. I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me.
Oh god, okay, I think I know what it is. Now... Is it the autopsy report?
The autopsy report? And exactly what part of the autopsy report shows that?
This part shows the victim's. This part shows that this part shows that the recording took place during the moment of the victim's crime.
Burn mark. Wait, am I wrong?
I remember clearly what that voice said. You can't hide that burn from me. On the victim's hand there was a burn mark. Indeed, it just happened to match up, you see. But what of it? According to Kay's testimony, the victim had been holding the stuffed animal, and it just happened to record a characteristic of the victim, namely the burn.
That's just a coincidence. I mean, it could happen. It could happen, right?
I do not think so. It is hard to believe that all of this is simply coincidence. The voices on the stuffed animal were most likely recorded during the incident.
One of these voices must belong to the true culprit. From what we've heard, it must have been the one who was doing most of the talking.
But what's the point? In the end, we still can't tell their gender or identity, you know.
Indeed, because they had been using voice changes. It can't be helped.
It seems the situation has become quite clear. The conversation Miss Hart overheard was between the culprit and Ms. Crane.
That's what I've been telling you from the start!
And from this, we will understand a new fact.
Please enlighten us then. I trust you have no objections, Mr. Chairman.
Do what you want. According to Ms. Hart's testimony just before the incident, two people came up from the auction hall using the lift. It must have been the conductor and one of the auction guests. They probably went there to settle the payment after winning a bid. And then it was there that the crime was carried out. And since the auction continued after the crime took place, we are led to a single truth. This is the new fact that we have arrived at.
The culprit is the conductor, the culprit is Jill. Oh boy, okay, this is gonna be tough.
The culprit is the conductor. Since the conductor was the only one who could keep the auction going, we can conclude that the deceased victim could not have been the conductor.
Justine?
Please be quiet here, okay?
If the conductor was not the victim, then they must have been the culprit.
Please wait. That alone is insufficient.
Of course, even I do not intend to rely only upon the process of elimination. Certain traces left at the crime scene led me to believe that the culprit is the conductor.
Well then, please show it to us.
What were the traces left at the crime scene that led me to deduce the culprit is the conductor?
Crap. Here we go, wrong answer time.
This is the piece of evidence that shows the culprit is the conductor.
I don't quite understand.
Even if you don't understand, everyone else certainly does. I think there are people besides my idiot son who don't understand, you know.
Ah, crap. Okay, so that was wrong. I keep on... I love that case. I love the trunk too much, honestly. Alright. Okay, let's try that again. Let's see, where was the last time I saved? I think it was a ways back, actually. Okay, so we gotta press this. Yeah, okay, yeah, blah, 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 yeah. Let's just skip on through. And I'm doing poorly on this. I just love the shaking eye animation. Okay, why is it letting me fast forward now? I don't understand. Okay, did it just remember that I've been through this randomly? This is so weird.
Objection!
I like that voice. Like,
I just played him as like a weary old man who's very tired of life.
Objection.
and it almost feels like looking over the autopsy report is like gonna be kind of redundant at this point, considering like where we're going with this, you know? Okay, now it's remembering that I've seen this stuff again. This is weird. Why does it only seem to randomly remember stuff? Okay, fine. See, is it going to allow me to... Okay, it doesn't allow me to save any. This is annoying. Alright, fine. Autopsy report. Okay, the culprit is the conductor. At least it's letting me fast forward now. Okay, what were the traces that left at the crime scene that let me deduce the culprit is the conductor? Is it the clothing, maybe? Okay, no. Alright, that's wrong. God. Okay, God, what could it be? What were the traces left at the crime scene that let me deduce that the culprit is the conductor? What am I missing here? I gotta be missing something. I don't want to look up the answer, but, like, at the same time, I don't want to go through all that shit again, and it won't let me save again, you know? So that's annoying. Let's see. Alright, what were the traces left at the crime scene that let me deduce the culprit is the conductor? Okay, yeah, no, I was wrong again. Fair enough. Okay, I'm gonna check something really quick. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, so it turns out that you don't lose your save if you, if you game over. So that's what I was trying to check there. So I'm just gonna do that at this point, honestly, because... Yeah, I don't care. I don't mind. Maybe that'll speed things up. Maybe it'll let me just fast forward through everything if it knows that I've seen all this shit before. Of course, maybe not.
Hold it.
Okay, I guess not. Like, honestly, I would save after this, but it won't let me. That's the worst part. It won't let me save again. I would save closer to this point, but it just won't let me, and it's horrible. So I have to go through this every fucking time.
Take that! Hold it!
Seriously, it's weird what they let me fast forward in this. Okay, so let's see. What traces did they leave behind? Still trying to figure that one out, honestly. Oh my god, it's letting me save here. Okay, let's save here. Why didn't I think to try here? God damn. Maybe because it wouldn't let me save any other time. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. But yeah, no, I paused the recording to check to see if failing kills off everything. It does not, so... Okay, what were the traces that left at the crime scene that led me to deduce that the culprit is the conductor? Alright. So, what traces? Let's try the lift. Okay, so no, it isn't that. Fine. Okay, that's wrong too. Fine. Fine. Either way, I'm a lot closer this time around, so we'll just live with it. God, it actually is faster to literally just reset anyway. Either way, I'm glad I found out. That's all I can say. What were the traces left at the crime scene that led me to deduce that the... So it wasn't the clothes, and... Well, maybe it's the autopsy. Okay, no, it's not that. See, I already tried the candelabra, didn't I? Well, let's try it again. Okay, it's not that either. Alright, fine then. Let's just reset again. Okay, you know what? I'm learning. That's fine. It's like, it isn't a waste of time if I'm actually learning stuff. That's how I feel about this. Okay, what other possible trace could we have? What other possible trace could we have? I'm wondering now. Okay, letter, no. Is it the ninja mask? No, it is not. It is not the ninja mask. Okay, let's try that again. Let's see. I just have to present that, whatever that is. Because it's not the conductor's clothes, it's not... How about the... Okay, that's not it either. Alright, fine. We'll try again. We'll try again. That's all there is to it. I'm going to brute force my way through that. I'm not looking up the solution. I'm sorry. As much as this would, like, reduce the clear amount of pain I'm in doing this. Okay, so what traces left at the crime scene led me to deduce that the... Okay, so... I doubt it's that, but if it is, I'm going to be angry. Yeah, no, it wasn't that. Okay, fair enough. I have to present that. But what is that? That's the question. Okay, so... It's not the purple flower. I tried that. Key card. Tried the candelabra at least once. Is it the masks? No, it is not the God damn, what is the right answer to this? This is bugging me now. This is really bothering me. Okay. One more time. Let's see if we can figure this out. Okay, so it's not the blood on the hidden lip, it's not the costume trunk. Is it the meeting room blood? Did I try? So it isn't the conductor's clothes. Okay, so, alright, fair enough then. Then it isn't. To present that. Okay, well, what is that then? That's the question. Couldn't be the key card. Okay, it isn't the key card. I still have no idea what's going on here. This is annoying me, but I still can't figure it out. I'm dumb as hell, clearly. I'm going to have to, alright. Okay, so what are the traces that have been left behind that lead me to believe? Couldn't be the ball. No, I knew it wasn't the ball. Okay. All right, screw this. I'm tired of it now. I'm going to just look up the answer on this one thing because I am out of ideas. I am literally out of ideas here. So I'm just going to look up this one solution and see if I can figure out why. Okay, yeah, all right. Oh my god, the meeting room blood? Really? I thought I did that, but I guess not. And the culprit purposefully left a large amount of blood in the meeting room. In doing so, we were led to believe the meeting room had been the scene of the crime. It was a ruse by the true culprit to hide the blood that had fallen from the storeroom.
So we wouldn't find out about the existence of the black market auction, correct?
Indeed. If the culprit had been unrelated to the auction,
there would have been no need to do such a thing. Ergo, the culprit could have only been the conductor.
Well then, do you have any idea as to who the conductor might possibly be?
The auction hall is at the PIC meeting room, and furthermore, there is a storeroom above it. The conductor must have been, at the very least, a member of the PIC. So, in other words, you suspect me, I take it? Isn't it natural to suspect you, the one with the most authority in the PIC?
Objection.
You are quite capable, I'll give you that much at least. But you know, like I said before, you're far too naive. You have nothing, you know. There's no evidence that proves I'm the culprit, you see. If by some chance you do have evidence, then why don't you present it? Ugh. Do I have evidence that Blaze is the culprit?
No, I don't.
Blaze himself has suggested that he is the criminal. He's been showing that strange self-confidence for a while now. He knows that there's not a single piece of evidence left behind to incriminate him. Ha ha ha! If you play with fire, you're gonna get burned, Edgeworth. Just kidding, I always wanted to say that, you know. Well then, Courtney.
Hold it! I reckon I just remembered something too.
Buh? You also lost your memories?
Nah, that ain't it. Something just popped into my head right now. Very well. Please tell us.
Objection.
Courtney. Courtney, could you please tell me what you are doing?
Prosecutor Edgeworth will not give up until we have destroyed every last possibility. I'm destroying every possibility so that he will never oppose us again.
Justine, I don't really know what's going on, but well said. Pops, I'm gonna help too. After all, he's the one who's wrong.
Fine then. Let's hear what she has to say.
Well then, Miss Hart, please proceed. Sure thing. Just leave it to me.
Please make sure you only tell the truth.
Ain't that a matter of... ain't that a matter of course?
Ain't that a matter of course?
Ain't that a matter of course? I'm a bona fide journalist of justice, you know.
Somehow I feel uneasy.
Y'all saying that culprit was the conductor, right? That means the victim was a customer. Now, here's where it gets a mite strange. You see, there were 11 people at the auction. And when the auction continued after the incident, I went straight on over and snuck a peek down below.
You don't mean...
That's exactly what I mean. All 11 people were still there, present and accounted for.
What?
Are you sure about that? Sure, I'm sure. I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
So it started with 11 people, and there were still 11 people after the murder? Was it a ghost?
You know, Sebastian, normally a prosecutor would call that a contradiction, you know? Were there really no changes in the auction at all?
Really, I'm telling you. The auction just went on like normal. Yeah, but there was one itty-bitty thing, though.
What was it?
You know those hammers you always see at an auction? Like the one that lady is using over there?
An auction gavel, perhaps?
Yep, that's the one. All of a sudden, I couldn't hear the sound no more. It had been banging away just prior to it.
The sound of the gavel? Doesn't that have anything to do... Does that have anything to do with the case? Lotta's testimony updated in my organizer.
If Miss Hart's testimony is the truth, then this matter has taken a grave turn. If the victim was neither the conductor nor a customer, the very foundation of Prosecutor Edgeworth's reasoning would collapse.
Ugh. Justice prevails, as they say. I hope you learned your lesson, Mr. Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, there really is nothing we can do.
It's not over yet. Some mysteries still remain. I have to think. If I don't, then Kay will be. Did you get the answer you wanted this time? Well, then a deal's a deal.
Hold it. Please wait, Mr. Chairman. I believe it is still too early to make a judgment. There are still a few mysteries left in this case. Until we have solved them all, we cannot call this a complete victory.
Hmm?
Isn't that right, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I was expecting you to shout, "Hold it!" like you always do.
Yes, of course. Once again, Judge Courtney has come to my aid. Well then, what is it? What sort of mysteries are left?
Well, of course, there's the contradiction in the autopsy report.
That kind of thing. I brought her in!
What's wrong? Why were we suddenly called here? Did someone suddenly get sick? I'll begin preparing a compress. Stat! Ouch!
What'd you call me here for? Did something happen?
Dr. Young, Ms. Jensen, you have my gratitude for taking the trouble to come here. This won't take long, so please relax.
Tell me what in blazes is going on!
Of course. We called you here because something came up.
Judge Courtney, just what are you planning?
Bonnie Young, under the divine rule of law, please answer truthfully. There were no mistakes in your autopsy report, correct? Granny would never make a mistake. That's certainly strange. Huh? What's strange? This court has found an error in Dr. Young's autopsy report. Dr. Young, please tell the truth. Did you falsify the autopsy report? That's terrible! How can you accuse her of that?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Why would I do such a thing in the first place?
To protect the true culprit, of course.
What you talking about? I would never do such a thing.
How strange. In that case, why would there be an error in the autopsy report, I wonder? Prosecutor Edgeworth? What do you think? Oh, I expected you to press into her statement like you normally do.
Why is she taking control of the situation and trying to help me? I don't know what her goal is, but I must play along. If the autopsy report you gave to Sebastian had been authentic, then the error should not have been there.
Wait a minute! I didn't do anything!
That is what we will figure out from this point on. Firstly, Dr. Young, I'd like to hear your testimony.
Why do you want to hear her testimony? It would be pointless.
I will be the one who decides whether or not it is pointless, not you.
There are patients waiting for us. But Granny, ouch! Anyways, we don't have time for this.
Is there any way I could convince you? This is of the utmost importance.
Mr. Miles Edgeworth, Granny says she'll testify. So please, try to finish this quickly. If we don't return soon, there will be people in terrible suffering.
And yet you were lollygagging about on the viewing platform earlier. I promise you, this won't take long. Only if she tells me the truth, of course.
Error in the autopsy report.
There are no mistakes in Granny's autopsy report.
I've been working with corpses longer than you've been alive! There's no way I'd make a mistake in writing the autopsy report.
Ow!
I got nothing to gain from falsifying the autopsy report.
Is what she says. See? There's nothing strange at all.
Yes, that's right, you know. There's no way she would falsify it, you see.
Under the name of the goddess of law, do you swear that this testimony is the truth? Of course! Granny would never tell a lie.
We were asking Dr. Young. We do not need to hear from a third party.
I'm not a third party. I'm on Granny's side.
If you raise an objection to my testimony, you'd best prepare yourself, you ex-prosecutor.
I will definitely expose the contradiction in the autopsy report.
It doesn't look like Granny is lying.
Ms. Jensen is the one who is relaying Dr. Young's words. I'll have to confirm whether or not Ms. Jensen is telling us the truth.
God, this section just keeps on going on and on. Maybe I was a little arrogant about thinking that I'd make it as far as I would. Oh well, let's continue.
The victim wore this raincoat after suffering a blow to the head, and yet there was not a single drop on the front of the raincoat. Therefore, it is impossible for the head wound to have been post-mortem.
Well, that's... Ow.
I don't need you to tell me that. That's what I wrote down from the very beginning.
No, it isn't. The autopsy report says the head wound was post-mortem. That's completely different.
Yeah.
I relayed to Karen what to put down in the autopsy report. After that, it was none of my beeswax.
Relate to Karen? Karen, please elaborate on that.
I relayed everything to Karen. After that, it was none of my beeswax.
I would like to verify once again what you saw when you examined the body.
Well, like I said, ouch. Ooh, well, about that...
She was done in by a dump to the noggin.
Dr. Young, do you know when that happened?
Before she died, of course. The wounds on her chest were post-mortem. That's what I relayed to Karen, so that's what should have been written in the report.
That's what you relayed to her, eh? I'm finally beginning to see the truth.
Well, let's see this.
Dr. Young, please confirm what this autopsy report says with your own eyes.
I'll read it to you. Ouch.
Oh god, she's just bonking her on the head now.
This autopsy report wasn't written by me.
What? What do you mean?
Oh, she smacked her back.
I don't know.
Oh, bonk.
But Granny, I can't say that.
Oh god.
Ms. Jensen, if you are trying to keep the truth in the dark, then... In place of the goddess of law, I shall hear your confession.
Judge Courtney is talking with Dr. Young in private.
What? Is that true? Understood. I shall convey your words to everyone else, Dr. Young. I properly relayed the autopsy report orally to that child. It seems my granddaughter must have mucked it up when she was writing it down. Wow, she mimicked her voice perfectly.
There was no need for her to go that far, though. In other words, the contents of the autopsy report had been falsified. By your hand, Ms. Jensen.
Ooh, With that, we've proven that the wound on her head came first, followed by her chest wound. Ms. Jensen, why did you falsify the autopsy report? Hold it!
Hold it! Hold it! Hold on a second. She never said she falsified it, you know. She just made a teeny tiny mistake when she wrote it down. Postmortem and antemortem sound kinda similar, you know. They are complete opposites. That is the very definition of falsification.
Ms. Jensen, why would you lie? Kay, ouch!
I want you to tell me too. Why would you do something like that?
Granny, but I...
Because you falsified the autopsy report, Kay fell under suspicion. Tell me why you did it.
I can't say. I just can't say it.
Not I don't want to say, but I can't say. You're all a bunch of bullies, you know, ganging up on this poor girl who loves her grandmother so. She is totally unrelated to this. I think we can forgive her for one tiny mistake. That won't do. Aren't you the one with the most to lose if she testifies? What are you saying? You see, as a former prosecutor, you'll have to speak a little more clearly, you know. Very well. As you wish, I shall answer clearly. Ms. Jensen played an essential role in this case. She was an accomplice. Ms. Jensen falsified the autopsy report in order to assist the true culprit.
Ouch!
This girl is an accomplice? What's your basis for that claim? It was impossible for a single person to commit this crime in the first place. The crime could not have been committed without at least two people, namely because...
The victim couldn't have been moved. The number of people wouldn't match. Is it? Should I?
If the conductor was the culprit and one of the auction guests was the victim, it would contradict the witness's testimony that there were 11 people after the incident.
What now? You got a problem with my testimony?
Not at all. Rather, it is because I believe your testimony, and that's why an accomplice must exist. So, you still won't admit that your reasoning is wrong? Up until now, we had not even considered the possibility of an accomplice. However, if there had been an accomplice, it changes the entire story completely. If the accomplice took the murdered auction guest's place, then the number of people remains 11. Oh, I see now. So that's what you're thinking. But you know, wouldn't that have been quickly discovered? Ms. Jensen and the victim have similar physiques. If she wore the victim's mask, she could have easily taken her place. Ms. Jensen, did you switch places with the victim?
I wouldn't.
Who was the conductor? In other words, tell me who was the true culprit.
I can't. I mean, that would also cause trouble for Granny. Ouch! But Granny...
I will accept whatever wrongs you may have done. Just tell everything. Just tell me everything.
Granny! Granny!
Oh, her hair exploded. Weird.
As I thought, it appears you really were the accomplice.
Ms. Jensen, why? Ms. Jensen, would you please tell us? Yes. It's okay, Granny. I'm fine now. I switched places with the victim, Miss Crane.
So you admit to being the conductor's accomplice?
Yes. I helped out the conductor. I don't really know why, but for some reason... The conductor was expecting to be attacked by Miss Crane.
The conductor expected an attack from the victim?
They were so sure it was going to happen that they came up with a plan to counter it. A way to beat the victim at her own game. And that's when I was called in. I was told to wait in the storeroom before the auction began.
Hold it! Whoa there! You ain't fooling my eyes! If you were waiting in the storeroom, I reckon I would have bumped into you. After all, I'd been up in that storeroom the entire auction.
I'm telling the truth.
I wonder about that, you know. Can we really believe a girl who would falsify a report? There should have been... There should have been many places to hide in that storeroom. Then by all means, tell me, where did our little nurse hide? The place in the storeroom where Ms. Jensen hid was...
Oh, the doy. Costume trunk.
She hid inside this costume trunk. A costume trunk, eh?
Now that you mention it, that box was already there before I snuck in. I figured I would hide in there myself, but it was wrapped up nice and tight with a chain. And it was locked, too, so I had to give it up.
I suspect that when you sneaked into the room, Ms. Jensen was already in the inside the trunk.
Yes, it would have been bad if one of the guests from the auction had opened the lid. After instructing me to hide inside, the conductor wrapped a chain around the costume trunk. I think they went downstairs using the lift shortly thereafter. It was right before the auction.
So then, when the auction began, only you and Miss Hart were in the storeroom.
Yes, that should be right.
The auction had been going on as usual, but when a certain participant made the winning bid, the conductor committed the crime. Miss Hart must have heard the altercation that occurred then.
You betcha! I was trembling behind that there statue the whole time, though.
Following the altercation, Jill Crane was murdered. After killing Jill Crane, the conductor carried her body to the costume trunk. And Ms. Jensen, who had been hiding in the trunk, was made to take Ms. Crane's place. The victim's body was placed inside the costume trunk. The conductor then took Ms. Jensen, who had been made to look like Jill Crane, and returned to the auction hall as if nothing had happened. Was this roughly what happened in the storeroom during the incident?
Yes, that's right.
Hold it! Pulling the old switcheroo with one of the auction guests. Ain't that impossible? That gal and the murder victim are two completely different people, you know? Don't you reckon one of the other participants would have noticed and caused a ruckus?
No, not at all. The reason they didn't notice the switch was because she stole the victim's clothes. From what I can tell, Ms. Jensen and the victim appear to have a similar physique. Furthermore, there was a rule requiring a mask to be worn during the auction. If their clothes were the same, I doubt anyone would have noticed she was a different person.
Yes, I blended right in. I borrowed Miss Crane's clothes and ouch!
You mustn't embarrass the dead like that!
I know. I also thought it was pretty heartless to leave her exposed like that. So when the conductor wasn't looking, I covered her up in the raincoat that was made up for auction.
So, she was the one who put the red raincoat on the victim. And then the auction resumed as if nothing had happened.
I reckon I took the picture of her in the red raincoat after that. That'd make all the facts line up. After I took the photo, I went over to the lift to sneak a peek down below. I witnessed the 11 participants, and then I hightailed it back behind the statue.
Don't tell me. You were hiding there the entire time until we found you?
Nah, that's... how should I put it?
What is it? Did something happen?
I didn't mention it before, but after that I might have dozed off a little. To be more precise, I fainted? Well, something like that.
So something did happen.
It ain't no big deal. Kind of embarrassing to say, though. There was this huge thump sound all of a sudden. I was a little surprised by that. It was right after I had just witnessed a murder, so I was shaking in my boots. My heart sort of tightened up, and I was off to La La Land. When I woke up, it was already the next day, around the time y'all came back by the storeroom.
I see. So there was a large sound. Ms. Hart, I take it you do not know what transpired in the storeroom beyond this point?
I guess. But after the auction, all the masks were properly returned. So I reckon the participants had exited through the storeroom, just like I done said.
Ms. Jensen, what were your actions after the auction resumed?
I took the victim's place and participated in the auction. The conductor instructed me to win the bid for the costume trunk, because the body was inside it. It would have been bad if another auction guest had won the bid for it.
You didn't realize the box was empty?
No, we only found out when I came up to the storeroom to pay the bill. The conductor was with me and told me to go search for her immediately. And then, I found another girl collapsed in front of the ladder.
Okay.
Yes, she probably fell down from the roof and lost consciousness.
Maybe the victim left the hatch open when she went up to the rooftop.
I understand now. Kay was surprised at seeing the collapsed victim and did not notice the open hatch. She must have missed her footing and fell down into the storeroom. Ms. Hart, I have determined the sound that made you faint. It was likely the sound of Kay falling onto the storeroom floor.
That might have been it, though I reckon it'd be kind of pathetic to faint over something like that.
When Ms. Jensen found the unconscious Kay, Ms. Hart was also unconscious behind the statue. The situation is becoming clearer to me. Ms. Jensen, please continue your story.
After I found Kay and the victim, I put them both in the trunk. If the customers at the auction found out, there would have been a huge commotion.
Was this an order from the conductor as well?
Yes, it was. But since I secretly decided to put the raincoat on Miss Crane, I had to dispose of the raincoat without the conductor noticing.
So the conductor didn't anticipate the raincoat becoming another piece of evidence.
And finally, we dressed Miss Crane in a spare conductor's outfit.
I see. In doing so, you made the victim appear as if she was the conductor.
In the end, the auction ended without anyone noticing anything.
Ms. Jensen, your crimes have become clear. If you know anything else, please hold nothing back.
I want to help you more, but that is all I know. If I had to say, there is just one thing that bothers me. When I took Ms. Crane's place, I borrowed her clothes, but there was no way for me to borrow her hair. Ouch!
What kind of coroner's assistant goes around stealing a corpse's hair?
I would think that robbing the deceased of their clothes would be questionable enough.
Both the color and the length of our hair is different, so I was worried about how to disguise it. However, the conductor even had a wig prepared for me. In fact, he had 2 of them. Inside the costume trunk, there was both a straight wig and a wavy wig.
2 wigs? Why were there 2?
Who knows? Maybe it was a precaution in case the victim had changed her hairstyle? I ended up using the straight wig to match Ms. Crane's hair.
So that means the wavy wig was left unused. Karen's testimony jotted down in my organizer. Is that really all you know?
Yes. Yep, that's really all I know.
So that means you don't know who the conductor is?
I'm sorry. I only knew that person as the auction conductor. I never saw that person without a mask on. The conductor seemed to be on guard towards everybody.
At this rate... Edgeworth, is that all you've got? Even if that little nurse is an accomplice, it changes absolutely nothing, you know. In the end, the true culprit is still Kay Faraday. All you did was add another criminal, you know. The rule of law cannot be overturned, at least not for your sake. Is this as far as I go? Am I unable to save Kay?
Oh shit! Francisca's here!
Francisca, why are you here?
Didn't I tell you, Miles Edgeworth? Wherever there's a case, I will follow.
Prosecutor Von Karma, your hard work is most appreciated.
However, don't get the wrong idea. I only came to find out the truth behind what happened to Kay Faraday. I don't plan on forgiving you for abandoning the prosecutor's path.
I understand.
You should thank your former subordinate. He gave me some valuable information which may save Kay Faraday.
Detective Gumshoe did?
Listen well, Miles Edgeworth. This will be the final piece of evidence. Jill Crane suffered the wound on her head first. Well, someone say something!
Well, I hate to say it, but we already proved that.
Already proved?
Yes, well, just a few minutes ago. Ugh!
You should have told me sooner!
You're the one who barged in here and started talking.
Well then, does that mean you found out what the murder weapon was already?
No, not yet.
Humph, is that so? In that case, listen well. The victim was struck on the head with a blunt cylindrical object. The wound on her chest was suffered post-mortem.
A cylindrical murder weapon? You know, this report of yours, I trust it's accurate, of course?
These were the results of 2 independent autopsies carried out by 2 respected doctors.
That's reassuring, but it's too bad. You have no right to investigate this case.
Interpol is after the black market auctions, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of the investigation. The victim participated in the auction. Therefore, it is only natural for me to investigate. Especially now that she's been murdered.
I see. Clever girl, little Von Karma.
Then it has been settled. The victim died from blunt force trauma to the head.
Autopsy report updated in my organizer.
Unfortunately, the murder weapon has yet to be found.
Just knowing the shape of the murder weapon gives me an idea as to what it might be.
Hey! In my investigation, we didn't find any other murder weapons, you know.
If you consider the conductor's possessions and the crime scene, the answer should be clear. The blunt cylindrical object used in the auction hall was... an auction gavel. It was something the conductor had in their hand during the auction. Namely, an auction gavel.
An auction gavel? We didn't find anything like that!
If the culprit is the conductor, it is possible that the gavel may be the murder weapon. However, that alone is not reason enough, wouldn't you agree?
Of course, I have proof to back it up. This piece of evidence proves that the murder weapon is the auction gavel.
Fuck. Let's see. Okay, I don't know how to move forward on this, and I feel dumb because I didn't... Okay, let's see. conductor's clothes, an autopsy report, ticket stub, jam and ninja mask, Kay's memories, Ada's testimony. Wait. Okay, it has to be this.
According to Ms. Hart's testimony after the victim had been murdered, it seems she suddenly stopped hearing the sound of the gavel during the auction. However, she had been able to hear it up until then. Why was that, you ask? It was because it had been used as the murder weapon and was covered in the victim's blood. It became necessary to dispose of it. Isn't that right, Blaze de Best?
I'll have a search for the murder weapon performed immediately.
Ha 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 ha! Well, good luck with that, you know. You've got to work as hard as you can while you're young, you see. He's completely confident that we won't find it.
Well then, while the search for the murder weapon continues, I hereby call for a brief recess.
Oh, thank God, I finally made it to an actual checkpoint. April 6th, 9:18 a.m. Grand Tower PIC meeting room.
Order in the court. Prosecutor Von Karma, your report, please. I have bad news. We searched every inch of the Grand Tower, but the auction gavel was nowhere to be found. That is most unfortunate. It seems I am left with no choice but to pronounce a verdict.
Well, it sure seems that way, you know. Normally you wouldn't commit a blunder like leaving behind the murder weapon, you know. The best criminals would never do something like that, you see. Ugh! I don't have enough information. Is this as far as I can go? Yes, it's a shame, you know. But it can't be helped, you see.
He did it! He did it! He said the fucking line!
This takes me back, you know. All those defendants who came to me asking for a plea bargain. They trusted me, you know. Told me every one of their dirty little secrets, you see. And when it came time for the trial, I'd get them sentenced to life in prison. They were all completely dumbstruck, you know. Each and every one of them. Ha 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 ha! Oh, how I wish you all could have seen it, you know. The stupid look on their faces.
I shall hereby announce my verdict. Please humbly accept the words of the law.
There's nothing more I can do. With this, both Kay and I are...
If only we had some evidence! I never thought that I would be passing judgment on you like this.
Is this the end?
The defendant, Blaze de Best, I hereby indict you. What?
What? Who? What's gotten into you all of a sudden?
I have here documents regarding a certain case, the IS-7 incident, a case that happened 18 years ago.
Documents, you say? Why would you suddenly... Wait, you don't mean... On the day of the crime, the record of your keycard being used was because...
I came to this room to fetch these documents, of course. Although, when I entered the meeting room, it seems it was before the black market auction had begun. At first, I told you that I came to gather documents about you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. At that time, I simply could not tell you the truth.
The IS-7 incident documents jotted down in my organizer.
What are you doing, Justine? Why are you indicting Pops? Without any basis. This is slander!
That was a wonderful remark, Sebastian.
Huh? Really?
Of course, there is a basis. During the case 18 years ago, Prosecutor Manfred von Karma fabricated information regarding the body.
That was because the body of the sculptor Isaac Dover had been stolen.
Papa fabricated information about her body? What do you mean? Detective Lacer, who handled the initial investigation, reported that the body had gone missing. However, in order to deceive Prosecutor von Karma, there's a person who purposefully did not report to him that the body had disappeared.
What?
What did you say?
That person would not forgive those who defied him, nor would he allow others to hold power. He would use any means necessary in order to bend others to his will. And then, also 18 years ago, Director Young was ordered by a certain individual to write a fake autopsy report.
Dr. Young was the one who wrote the autopsy report for the IS-7 incident?
Please wait. Granny didn't do anything wrong. She was ordered by that person. She had no choice but to obey.
That person?
That person was the chief prosecutor at the time.
The chief prosecutor 18 years ago? You don't mean...
The chief prosecutor? Who gave Papa his first penalty? It was none other than you, Blaise de Best.
What are you saying? Pops would never do something like that.
Sebastian, we do not need your opinion right now.
Poor Sebastian!
Blaise de Best, do you have a rebuttal?
Fabricating stuff about the body, Von Karma did all that on his own, you know. Falsifying the autopsy report. Young, you would actually do something like that? Man, you really did some terrible things behind my back, you know. Seeing as how all the parties concerned are here today, we should ask them directly.
But please wait, Granny is... Ouch. Granny, I'm sorry. I knew. That's why I... Yep, because if I didn't, he said he would expose you. If I didn't assist in the crime, Granny would be prosecuted. That's what that man, the conductor, told me.
So, Miss Jensen was being threatened. Was the conductor who threatened you Blaise de Best?
That, I don't know. The person who threatened me was the auction conductor. They do have similar physiques, but I never saw the person's face.
Any trivial thing is fine. Give us a characteristic that could be a clue.
That's right. The conductor's mask, it exposed just a tiny part of his face. There was a tattoo there, I'm sure of it.
Conductor's clothes data updated in my organizer. A tattoo, you say?
Objection.
I really have no idea what you're talking about, you know. As you can see, there are clearly no tattoos on my face, you see. So that person doesn't match me at all, you know. The person who threatened her, the so-called conductor. I wonder who it is, you know.
You have incurred the wrath of the goddess of law. I suggest you watch what you say.
Hasn't he incurred your own wrath rather than the wrath of the goddess?
Jill Crane had been pursuing you, just as I have. And I will not let her death be in vain.
Crane was, you know... You say she was pursuing me? My, I didn't really know her that well, you know. I don't mind girls chasing after me, you know. But I don't recall her ever falling for me, you see.
You didn't know the victim well? And that is a testimony we haven't heard up until now. Before the eyes of the goddess of law, you shall give us an official testimony.
I see. Everyone is bullying me. If you're going to go that far, that's fine, you see. I'll just have to make you disappear. Every last one of you!
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I shall cooperate with you as well. If we let this opportunity slip by, I doubt we will ever get him to stand in court again. Please, do not let this chance go to waste.
Yes. I promise I will live up to your expectations.
Now then, Blaise de Best, you shall testify regarding the victim.
Regarding Jill Crane. The victim, Jill Crane, was a member of the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee, you see. Personally, I didn't really know her that well, you know. Either way, it's not like I had a motive to murder her, you know. I have no idea why she was pursuing me, you see. You intend to deny your guilt until the bitter end, don't you?
Of course he does. There's no way Pops could be the criminal. I mean, he's my Pops, you know. He's the very best, like no one ever was.
Yes, yes, Sebastian, if you're going to stick up for me, be sure to have a clear basis, you know.
All right, I got it. I'll clear you of these false accusations, Pops. I believe in you, Pops. We won't lose to someone like Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, yes, you really are pure, you know.
That person, he really loves his father, doesn't he? However, one must be able to accept the mistakes of their father, no matter how much they may look up to him. Each person must atone for their crimes, no matter who they are.
This is going to be hard for Sebastian, but I simply cannot overlook his father's crimes.
Okay, we're just gonna save here because I don't want to risk it. Like, it took so long to get to this point. It just took so very, very long. And I'm so close to the end.
Personally, I didn't really know her that well, you know. Was there ever any trouble between you two over work? Ha ha ha! Unlikely, you know. I'm kind of important, you see. I've got reports saying that she was exceedingly capable. But you know, our social status was completely different, you see. So we didn't talk much, you know.
That may be true, but it doesn't prove that you didn't kill her.
That's rather prejudiced, you know. I mean, look at you. You're taking the side of a criminal.
It seems Miss Crane was the one who had an interest in you, Mr. Chairman.
You know, that really is a mystery. I haven't the faintest idea, you see. So that's that. Since I have no motive, your reasoning doesn't hold, you know.
Okay. Let's try the letter.
Blaze the best. Take a look at this piece of evidence and tell me what you think. What do I think? Absolutely nothing at all. Right, Sebastian?
Yeah, Pops. That has nothing to do with your testimony just now.
No. Even Sebastian?
It looks like Mr. DeBest has gotten a bit livelier, hasn't he?
Indeed. He probably feels a lot more confident with his father backing him up. However, I will break through that confidence of the DeBest father and son duo.
Wait, could that be it?
Doesn't this piece of evidence create a contradiction in your testimony? I wonder. What do you think, Sebastian?
I don't really understand, but I don't think so.
I know, right? That's what I was thinking as well. Ugh. What's with this father and son tag team?
Mr. Edgeworth, it's fine. Why don't we just give up?
Okay, it's still much too early to give up. I will definitely prove your innocence.
Mr. Edgeworth,
I will have to organize my information about the victim.
if there's anything you don't understand, you should look over the evidence again. Perhaps you'll find a new fact this time around.
Francisca, you're willing to help me?
I told you, I'm doing this for Kay Faraday, not you.
Francisca seems to be worrying about Kay in her own way.
I mean, I assumed it was because of the letter.
So, you have no clue why the victim had been pursuing you? Nope, not in the slightest, you know.
It's because Pops is such a handsome man.
It's true, you know. Women appear before me and then disappear. Disappear and then reappear.
You guys could never reach my Pop's level of officesomeness.
It would certainly be impossible for a normal person. Having people appear and then physically disappear on a daily basis.
Well, then, maybe Courtney's going to disappear too. Before that happens, I'll see to it your way of life disappears today. I see, I see. Then I should finish it before the day's over. I will have to organize my information about the victim.
Okay, let's see. Alright, let's see.
If she was a member of the PIC, then you should have been familiar with her. Well, I knew her face, but that's about it, you know. It's not like we met each other on a regular basis, you see. So, you're saying you weren't very familiar with the victim? That's right, I didn't even know about the burn mark on Crane's hand, you see. You didn't know about the burn mark? Well, you see, even if I had gotten close to her, she would have disappeared soon. It's a pain to remember someone, you know, when they're just gonna disappear, you see. In other words, anyone who defies him disappears. I would like you to add that statement about the victim's burn to your testimony.
Okay, is that it?
Blaze the best, take a look at this piece of evidence. What's wrong, Edgeworth? You're getting all fired up. Maybe you should cool your head and think it over once again, because I don't have the time to put up with something as meaningless as that.
You go!
So that was wrong.
Mr. Edgeworth, you really think someone like you can defeat my Pops? Pops is super important, you know.
Yes, you're embarrassing me, Sebastian, so please stop, okay? Blaze the best. He seems to be a fairly formidable opponent. I should make my moves more carefully.
Victim was burn mark on hand. There's gotta be something here. What's the right answer here? It's clearly this is... Okay, maybe I need to press again. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the issue.
So, you're saying that you didn't know about the victim's burn? Is that really the truth? You really are persistent, you know. Do you really think that I would pay attention to every little wound on a woman's hand? I would think the burn mark on the victim's hand would be hard to miss.
Now that you mention it, Jill Crane would regularly wear gloves. I too did not know about the burn until the incident occurred.
Jill Crane regularly wore gloves. I thought so. She was probably trying to hide the burn mark, you see. I understand how sensitive a woman can be about these things, you know. I would like you to add that your so-called sensitive understanding of a woman to your testimony.
Well, let's try pressing this again. Maybe there's some...
So, you are aware that she always wore gloves? Well aware. Those gloves were practically her trademark, you see. But I guess they weren't just a fashion statement. She wanted to hide her burn mark, you know. I wonder if that girl over there is also hiding something under her bandages.
Huh? I'm not hiding anything.
I think you are, you know. You're hiding the face of a criminal. Those words should be directed at someone like you. I shall expose here and now the face of a true criminal. Ha 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 ha! How amusing! Go ahead and try it if you think you can. And so, Jill Crane regularly wore gloves. That's interesting. I should look over the evidence one more time.
Okay, so I had the right evidence, just the wrong time. Okay, that's fine.
Jill Crane regularly wore gloves. If that is true, then it creates a huge contradiction. Oh, a huge contradiction, you say? I would like you to listen to the voices recorded on this stuffed animal once more.
Bzz, bzz, bzz. And that...
I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. Silence, huh? I've been waiting for my chance to get revenge all this time.
Ah!
Bzz.
We were under the impression that this was the moment when the victim was murdered. I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. We thought that this statement was said by the culprit. Isn't that fine? What's the problem, you know? There's a huge problem with that. If the victim had been wearing gloves from the start, it would have been impossible to see the burn on her hand. Gloves come off very easily, you know. She could have taken them off during the auction. That's...
Hold it, that's not true. Miss Crane had been wearing her gloves when I took her place. She must have been wearing them before she was murdered.
What are you saying? Don't you understand the position you're in?
I'm not scared anymore. I have Granny here with me.
Blaze, your day of reckoning has finally come.
Somehow it seems like you all want to disappear. Permanently! The only one who will be disappearing here is you, Blaze the Best.
Hey, how dare you say that to Pops? Does it really matter if the burn mark was visible or not?
It certainly does matter. If the burn mark was visible, then we'd have a complete turnabout of the situation.
What are you saying? If the victim's burn mark was invisible, what exactly does that tell you?
The culprit also had a burn mark. There we go.
Sebastian, turn your way of thinking around. If the victim was wearing gloves, then her burn mark could not have been seen. In that case, whose burn mark was seen?
Someone else's burn mark?
Precisely. The culprit must have had a burn mark as well. In other words, I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. The person who said this was not the culprit, but the victim.
What?
Sebastian, could you please step aside? Edgeworth, all your reasoning up until now was just a figment of your imagination, you know. The culprit had a burn mark. Where was it, you know? If you can't answer that, then your logic doesn't hold up, you know. Where was the culprit's burn mark?
I wonder where the burn mark could have been. During the auction, wasn't everyone wearing a disguise?
Indeed, during the auction, everyone should have been dressed in a particular way. If the burn mark was still visible under those conditions, then... Now, why don't you show us? Where was the culprit's burn? You'll have to show me the proof, you see.
Shit, see, I know the answer, but I don't know what to present. That's the problem. Oh, okay.
It was what the conductor was wearing during the auction. In other words, the outfit you were wearing at the time. What can you figure out from the clothes alone? The conductor had been wearing a white suit, white gloves, and a mask. His attire had covered up most of his skin. However, according to Ms. Jensen's testimony, the conductor's mask exposed a small part of his face. In addition, while she thought there had been a tattoo there, it's possible that she simply mistook the burn mark for a tattoo.
A burn mark on his face?
That's all very scintillating, but I'm afraid you're getting excited over nothing, you know. None of the PIC members have any burn marks on their faces, you see. Naturally, that includes me as well, you know.
Huh? Pops? But...
Sebastian, could you please be quiet? If you're an idiot, then act like one, you know.
Aw, poor Sebastian. He knows what's...
Normally, Sebastian is a nuisance to everyone around him. But this time I owe him my gratitude. That reaction from Blaze's own son, it reveals the truth more than clear. That reaction from Blaze's own son, it reveals the truth more clearly than anything else. Thanks to him, I am confident that my reasoning is correct. I know who that unidentified piece of evidence belongs to.
I wonder what's wrong with that prosecutor.
Usually, Sebastian is slower to arrive at the truth than anyone else. However, this time he has probably figured it out. His own father is a criminal.
Since he knows the truth, he's in pain, isn't he? If he didn't know the truth, he could have remained blissful in his ignorance.
Okay, we are here in order to pursue the truth. It doesn't matter what path my reasoning takes. The important thing is to arrive at the truth. Once before, when I lost faith in my reasoning, you said that to me and showed me the way. This time I shall show you the truth. You are innocent.
I also want to know the truth. Mr. Edgeworth, please tell me.
Yes, that's the spirit. That's impossible, you know, for all of you. I mean, just where could I possibly have a burn mark? It's nowhere to be found, you see. There's no evidence to prove that I'm the culprit, you know.
That's right! There's no contradiction at all! There's no way there can be a contradiction! Not for my pops! Gotta have my pops!
Sebastian, I understand why you don't want to admit it. However, if you avert your eyes from the truth, you will regret it forever.
Pops? What should I do?
I really wonder why you're such an idiot, you know. Sebastian, if you really want to save me, you'll have to try a little bit harder, you see. Gotta use your head, you know. Honestly, you really are a useless idiot.
No way! But I tried really hard. But I tried real hard. I tried my best, Pops. I went to the school you told me to go to. Reached the top of my class just like you told me to. Just look at this jacket. Only someone who graduates at the top of his class gets to wear it. I did everything you told me to do. That's how I got to be the best at the academy. I even won all those awards, just so I could be like you, Pops.
You really are such an idiot, you know. You know those gold stars you got on your tests? I made the teachers give them to you. Every speech and debate contest, all of the judges were my friends. You know, Sebastian, if you weren't even able to notice something like that, you're really not worthy of being called my son. Don't you think? Oh, even my son has disappeared. Oh my, it's enough to make me cry, you know. He was trying his best for me, and yet he was totally useless, you know. You are truly a despicable person, as the chairman of the PIC and as a father.
Even I feel sorry for that foolish prosecutor.
Poor Mr. Prosecutor. Blaze de Best, what do you think of your own son?
He's just a useless pawn, you see. Whoa now, maybe you should look in the mirror before you criticize me, you know. I mean, even you. You also used Sebastian to get close to me, didn't you?
I cannot deny that. However, he is not a mere pawn. He always tries to do his very best, even if the results aren't up to par. I've seen just how hard he tries, and yet you refuse to even acknowledge it.
That kid is no good, you see, no matter what he does, or is told to do.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I shall leave this offering to the goddess of law to you. Deliver her divine justice against Blaze de Best.
Yes, that was my intention, from the beginning. If there was a burn mark on the conductor's face, then Blaze de Best must be hiding it. What was he wearing during the auction? That is the key to revealing the truth.
Well then, allow me to hear your answer. Please show the piece of evidence that proves the culprit. Please show the piece of evidence that proves the culprit had a burn mark on his face.
Okay, let's see. Fuck. God. This is tough. Let's see. Yeah. Manfred von Karma, Dover's body. There are no clues to the whereabouts of Dover's son or Gustavia's son, who regularly visited. Replica of the Jammin' Ninja's mask, a letter in K's ticket stub, purple flower, Grand Tower pamphlet. No. No. Nuh-uh. No. Nope. God, what is the right answer here? Let's see. Records audio. One of them has a burn mark. Many different were provided. Lotta's photo. No. Blood and hidden lift. Costume trunk. Meeting room blood. Red raincoat. Karin's testimony. Get it back for you, your most precious memory. Ticket stub, purple flower, Grand Tower pamphlet, K's memories, key card. Couldn't be this.
Could you take a look at this piece of evidence?
Are you saying?
Are you saying that shows the proof of the burn marks? I don't understand, you know. I don't understand it at all.
Oh, good, I can... Okay, good. Yeah, you know what? This is fine. I just wanted a way to save the game, honestly. That's all I wanted. I just wanted a way to save. I don't care if I'm losing health for it. I'm fine with this. Okay.
Blaze the best, even if you don't understand.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I also do not understand.
No! So this isn't the proof. There's one clear difference between the conductor and Blaze. He should be hiding the burn mark there. Now all I needed to do is present the evidence that shows it.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, deliver her divine judgment against Blaze DeBest.
Yes, that was my intention from the beginning.
Well then, allow me to hear your answer. Please show the piece of evidence that proves the culprit had a burn mark on his face.
God, what is... Okay, well, it's clearly not going to be the stuffed animal, I'm assuming. Let's see, nope, not that. God, what is the right answer? I'm lost here. Lotta's testimony, everyone was wearing a mask. I doubt it's this, but let's try. Alright, yeah. Okay, so that was also wrong. That's fine. Let's see if we can figure this out then. Okay. Piece of... Manfred von Karma, Gregory Edgeworth, Isaac Dover, Jeffrey Master. Dover's body was discovered inside Mr. Master Mansion. No clues to the... Yeah, see, there's nothing here about it. Could that be it? Okay, yeah, no, that's not it either. God. I really... This is another one where I just don't know the answer. Piece of evidence that proves the culprit had a burn mark on his face, huh? It's not the candelabra, we know that much. It's not that thing. It's not that. Let's see. Yeah, no, it's not this either. Okay, that's clearly not it either. Not that either. God, I'm just sort of guessing at this point. God. Alright, let's see. So, let's see. Oh, wait. Could it be this? Oh my god, it was this all along. It's because the other hair thing wasn't hair, it was his beard.
If you recall Ms. Jensen's testimony, there's still one point that remains unexplained. Two types of wigs had been prepared, one of which was left unused.
Do you mean the wavy wig? What are you talking about?
It was something Ms. Jensen found when she switched places with the victim.
What does something like that have to do with the burn?
Inside the costume trunk, Ms. Jensen witnessed two wigs. One of them had been used by Ms. Jensen to make her look like the victim. Now then, just what was the other wig used for?
It doesn't seem like it was a spare wig.
There's no need to overthink it. Just compare the attire of the true culprit, the conductor, with that of Blaze the Best. Don't stare at me like that! Don't you think there's just one spot where there's a huge contradiction? Specifically, around his face.
So that's not a wig at all.
Indeed. It was no wig. Blaze the Best, it was your fake beard. This is a real beard, you know. Don't tease me like that, Edgeworth. Your son must have realized the truth before anyone else, and that's why he was trying so desperately to protect you. You were also worried that he would tell the truth. Isn't that why you drove your son away from here? Because he knew that his father was hiding a burn underneath his fake beard. Blaze the Best. How about you remove that fake beard of yours? Yeah! It burns, the goggles do nothing! There it is. And we got him. Huh?
A burn mark. Prosecutor Edgeworth, justice has been served before the goddess of law. For that I give you my thanks.
I should be the one thanking you.
Blaze the Best, I hereby announce my verdict. You shall be taken into custody for the murder of Jill Crane.
April 6th, 9:44 a.m. Grand Tower PIC meeting room.
Mr. Edgeworth, thank you very much. I'm so happy that you believed me. I'm so happy that you believed in me to the very end.
There's no need to thank me. As a prosecutor... No, as a friend, I simply wanted to save you.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I bring good tidings. It seems that former Chairman DeBest has been safely detained in the detention center. However, the search for the murder weapon, the auction gavel, continues. Blaze DeBest is a shrewd man. There's a good chance that he has already disposed of it. There's also one piece of testimony that concerns me. Blaise de Best mentioned that the only thing he did not fake were the letters.
What do you mean?
First, he found this letter in Jill Crane's clothes. Then he also found this letter on Kay, who was unconscious in the storeroom. The contents of the letters seemed to suggest that the two had been corresponding with each other. Which is why Blaise de Best assumed that the two were working together.
Ridiculous. That can't be right.
After reading the two letters, he decided to pin the crime on Kay Faraday. In order to cast suspicion on her, he planted one of the letters in a noticeable spot. The deceased Jill Crane's left breast pocket.
Isn't that just an excuse?
Yes, that is what I thought as well. It may have simply been a last-ditch effort to save himself. However, before the stern eyes of the Goddess of Law, these are all trivial matters. His crime shall certainly not go unpunished. With this, I have finally fulfilled one of my long-standing missions.
Judge Courtney, will you tell me what you know? Why did Blaise de Best murder Jill Crane? And what lies hidden behind this case?
Yes, I don't mind. You have the right to know everything. Long ago, Jill Crane was in love with a cameraman. That man was pursuing the black market auction as a journalist. And then, before he could reach the truth, he was erased. The feelings and the items Ms. Crane inherited from her beloved brought her to the auction. She had come to exact revenge on the conductor, Blaise. Although in the end, she was the one who was murdered instead.
I see. So that's what happened.
While the Goddess of Law cannot condone her actions, we have succeeded in her goal of bringing Blaise de Best's crime to light.
So, Judge Courtney's goal was to expose Blaise de Best and reveal the dark secrets of the PIC.
By the way, what happened to the young prosecutor? We have been unable to contact him for some time now. Do you have any idea where he might be? I had not been truly working for him, so... I see. I feel very sorry for him.
What you should be sorry for is the fact that he was kept in the dark until now. No matter how cruel reality is, he will have to accept it. If he can't, he won't be able to walk his own path in life. Ever.
A father's influence is not something that is easily erased. However, I'm sure he will be able to change from here on out.
Yes, that's right. Surely, he must be right. Will I, too, be able to walk my own path in life? Kay, is your body alright? Yes, thanks to you. I'm so sorry, even though you're my patient. You ended up getting suspected because of me. Ouch!
You can't just take care of the patient's body. You gotta take care of the heart, too.
That's my granny. Kay, how are your memories? I feel like I'm on the verge of remembering something. Well then, I shall take my leave here. I will be presiding over Patricia Rowland's trial.
That would be the trial for the murder of Horace Knightley, who's in charge of the defense.
Miss Crane was supposed to be her defense attorney, but now that she has passed away, we are currently arranging for a replacement defense attorney.
Jill Crane had been in charge of Patricia Rowland's defense?
I'll also have to get in contact with Sebastian quickly since he's the prosecutor in charge. Well then. But please wait. What about Mr. Edgeworth's prosecutor's badge? What will happen to his prosecutor's badge? With the chairman's arrest, the PIC is no longer functional. So I cannot answer that question easily. Perhaps one could say, only the Goddess of Law knows? But that's...
You don't need to worry about me. This is the path that I have chosen.
It seems you have no plans to change it either.
Of course not. I chose this path to seek the truth.
With the departure of Blaise de Best, the law has once again returned to our hands. If you truly desire to continue the prosecutor's path, I am willing to assist you in reclaiming your badge.
I appreciate the sentiment, but I must decline. I did not relinquish my badge with half-hearted feelings.
I see. It seems that our paths of law will continue to run counter to each other.
Until our paths cross once again, I shall have you hold on to that badge.
That was my intention from the start. However, on occasion, the Goddess of Law is quite generous. Please return this notebook to its proper owner.
Kay's promise notebook.
It seems this was scheduled to be put up for bidding at the black market auction. The name Kay is written on the notebook. It seems Blaze DeBest quickly realized this belonged to the girl, since the letters he found also contained the same name.
You speak as if he really did not know about the letters. Are you saying that Blaze really did not prepare the letters himself?
Yes, that man said so himself. Kay Faraday's goal was to steal back the notebook. Jill Crane's goal was to get revenge. In order to achieve their goals, the two teamed up to infiltrate the auction, or so he says.
Unfortunately, this was all Blaze's misunderstanding. It was purely a coincidence. If the attorney from the PIC and the K really were acquaintances, it would be strange that she never mentioned it to me, considering her personality.
You really do trust her, don't you? In the end, the notebook was used as another red herring, but it's something that is very important to that girl, isn't it? I'll make a special exception and return it. I'm sure that's what the Goddess of Law desires.
That's, I appreciate it.
I shall pray that she recovers her lost memories. Is something wrong?
Okay, I am returning something very important to you.
This is... He's handing her that L. Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Look, Daddy, I wrote them all down. Yep, I'll be sure to follow all of my promises and become a hero just like you, Daddy. That's right. There's one more. I forgot to write down the most important promise. Promise number 5. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. I'll be sure to remember. I'll never ever forget them. Always try your hardest to learn things you don't understand. That's right! I am!
Oh, wow. Oh, God. She's in pain. We're hurting her. Oh, no.
I am the great thief who steals the truth, Kay Faraday. I'm the second Yatagarasu and Mr. Edgeworth's assistant.
Okay, you remember?
It's kind of embarrassing, though. Thank you so much. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Even when I lost my memories, you were always trying to save me, right?
It seems you're back to normal.
Wow, Kay, you've gotten better. Your health comes first. Now you can relax.
Just make sure you don't run off and lose all your memories again.
Ms. Jensen, Dr. Young, thanks for worrying about me.
Hey, if you're feeling all better, how about changing back into your own clothes?
I washed your clothes for you, Kay, so they're nice and clean.
These clothes, wasn't Detective Gumshoe holding on to them?
He said forensics was done with them, so he gave them back to me.
Have they revealed the results of the analysis yet?
To be honest, I actually didn't think to ask about that. Now, more importantly, let's hurry up and get you changed, Kay.
Still, isn't it better if we do not remove her bandages?
She should be fine now. Kay just bumped her head. She didn't really have any other major injuries.
Then why was she so heavily bandaged?
Better safe than sorry. A pound of prevention is worth an ounce of cure. That's my... Better safe than sorry. A pound of prevention is worth an ounce of God, that's so... Better safe than sorry. A pound of prevention is worth an ounce of cure. That's my motto.
What a troublesome motto.
Come on, Kay. Let's get you dressed up over there. Now, this is definitely what a great thief should look like. A smile certainly suits you best. In the past and now as well. Miss Von Karma, thank you for coming too. I only came because Scruffy asked me to. That Scruffy, he also wanted to see your energetic self again. Gummy? What happened to Gummy? Who knows? Maybe he was disgusted with the man who willingly threw away his prosecutor's badge?
Detective Gumshoe.
I must be going soon. I'll be taking these ladies in for questioning. What's going to happen to the two of them? One aided in the murder of an attorney, the other forged an autopsy report 18 years ago. Those crimes definitely won't disappear. Of course, I will mention in court that they were being blackmailed by Blaze. We'll be just fine. As long as Granny's by my side, we're invincible. Well then, take care.
Now then, Kay. I'm sorry to ask so soon right after you regained your memories, but I have some questions.
Sure, ask me anything you want.
What were you doing on the day you lost your memories?
On that day, I was asked to come to Gourd Lake. I don't know who called me there, though. As I was watching the moon at Gourd Lake, a person in a red raincoat approached me. All of a sudden, he used some kind of drug to knock me out.
What? What is she saying? The place where Kay saw the moon was at Gourd Lake?
When I woke up, it seems I somehow ended up on the roof of the Grand Tower. My mind was still in a daze, so I stumbled around for a bit. That's when I found the person in the red raincoat collapsed. I was startled, and when I stepped back in panic, I fell from a high place and got knocked out cold again. And when I woke up, all my memories were gone. The person in the red raincoat. Who exactly was that person? Oh yeah, I was certain that I saw them walking in midair. Somehow this is all starting to make my head hurt.
Please calm down. You're just a little confused because you've only recently gotten your memories back. Most likely, this is the main cause of your confused memories.
That would be your memories of two places. you fell in a hole.
Your memories of two places. This is probably the main cause of your confused memories. You saw the moon at both the Gourd Lake Park and the Grand Tower rooftop, which led you to confuse the two places.
Huh? But aren't they totally different places? Even if I was in a daze, do you really think I'd get them confused?
Most likely, there was something at the Grand Tower which led to your confusion.
What could it be? TV, maybe?
The Grand Tower rooftop and Gourd Lake have 2 points in common. And they both have a cherry tree and a food stall.
Now that you mention it.
Your memories were confused because you had been in 2 similar locations. The person that you first saw could not have been walking in midair. They were simply walking on the ground at Gourd Lake Park. You must have gotten that scene confused with the Grand Tower rooftop.
So that's what happened. How dare they steal the memories of a great thief? They'll pay for this.
Nevertheless, I wonder who the person that assaulted Kay was. The person in the red raincoat who appeared at Gourd Lake.
Beep, 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 beep.
What's that noise?
It sounds like it's coming from the storeroom. Mr. Edgeworth, let's go check it out.
What's this? My shutterbug sense is tingling. I smell me another scoop.
You're still here?
She's coming along. April 6th, 9:53 a.m. Grand Tower, 51st floor, storeroom.
Mr. Edgeworth, this walkie-talkie thing here is what's beeping.
This transceiver. Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before?
Beep, 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 beep. It's still beeping, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm not particularly familiar with this sort of device.
Come on, we have to answer it. Here goes. Click. Hello, Edgeworth speaking.
Kay, please don't just answer it on your own. I am speaking with Mr. Miles Edgeworth, I presume? This voice is... Shelley the Killer. I congratulate you on resolving the case. However, can you truly say in good conscience that it has been solved? Are you aware of the mastermind who is pulling the strings behind this incident? Why do you know about the incident? That's not important right now, wouldn't you agree? Right now, we're discussing the mastermind behind this case. I've had an inkling that such a person existed, even before you said anything. After all, there was evidence to suggest that someone had used Kay to disrupt the investigation.
Huh? There was? So, who's this mastermind?
I would like to hear your thoughts on the matter. Would you kindly show me the evidence that indicates the existence of a mastermind?
That'd probably be the letters, right? Oh, wait. No? Wait, maybe?
This indicates the...
Okay.
I can't say I really understand.
I am very sorry, but I also do not understand. Nick, so this wasn't it? Wasn't there anything that was left unexplained among the evidence? I await your answer, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you kindly show me...
Okay, so it is the letters then. Okay, no. Alright, fine. So, let's see. Victim's letter then.
It was the letter that Kay allegedly sent to the victim.
Come to think of it, I don't remember writing that letter at all.
Who could have prepared this letter? I, too, am quite curious to know. So, you're not the one who wrote the letter? What could I possibly gain from doing such an act? Is it not necessary for you to stand in court in order to make the truth clear? What can you possibly do now that your badge has been taken from you? I look forward to finding out from the shadows. This man, how does he know that? Do we have an understanding? Please ensure you do not betray my trust. Now then, if you'll excuse me...
He said the case wasn't solved yet. What did he mean by that? And why would Mr. DeKiller even bother telling us that? Nothing makes sense anymore.
This case has not reached its true conclusion yet. However, although I've lost my prosecutor's badge, who I am still has not changed. While I don't know where this may lead me, I shall reveal the truth. I swear it.
The end. Okay, we did it. A brand new episode has been added. The Grand Turnabout. Save cleared stage data up to this point? Yes, please. Oh dear God, that took way longer than I was expecting. Oh, cool. Okay, alright, so, alright, nice. Okay, let's see here now. So, we're just going to go back. Okay, I'm gonna think on this for a bit, but I should be back instantaneously from your perspective. Okay, so as I was saying, let's just do the first part of Case 5, and then we can call it a session, I guess. The Grand Turnabout, huh? All right. Ooh, boy. What the hell? April 6th, 10:02 a.m. outside Grand Tower Plaza. See, it's like I know I saw that kid in Case 3, and obviously this is continuing right after Case 4. So, what are y'all gonna do now? I reckon you're through being a prosecutor, right?
Yes, that's true, I suppose. I'm no longer a prosecutor. However...
You can't stop thinking about what Mr. DeKiller said, right?
Indeed.
Yeah, I'm not gonna reread that. God, I can't remember the voice I even gave him. It was like...
This case isn't over yet. The person in the red hood who kidnapped Kay at Gourd Lake. And this letter from an unknown sender. Someone's schemes are at work behind this case.
Must be tough having a case you just solved still nagging at the back of your mind. Well, I got some investigating of my own to be doing, so I'll be off. That's amazing! You've already decided on your next scoop? What are you saying there, Missy? Don't you be underestimating the lacks of lot of heart. I've covered a lot of scoops, you know. I always have an extra scoop or two up my sleeves. So someone help! Yikes, what's that?
Oh god, it's this one.
Someone, please help!
This woman is. What's happened?
Somebody's dead! A monster!
A monster?
It's a scoop! The scoop's calling me! Please follow me, it's this way. Has something else happened? Again?
I don't know. At any rate, we should follow her for now.
We're just running. April 6th. I love that animation of her taking pictures. April 6th, 10:05 a.m. Outside Grand Tower, temporary film lot.
These are... genuine hoof prints.
Hoof prints? Impossible. No animal could possibly.
Sorry about that.
Hoof prints? Impossible. No animal could be this large.
Mr. Edgeworth, look!
Oh shit, it's that guy.
Agent Lang. Why is he here?
Someone's on the ground.
It can't be.
Oh no! No!
The president.
Oh, okay, never mind.
The president of Zhengfa, Dijun Huang. Agent Lang.
Mr. Prosecutor, didn't take you long to get here.
What happened?
What happened? Ha! That's what I'd like to know.
It would seem that he's in a considerable amount of shock of the president's death. However, what exactly are these giant footprints? And what could have happened to the president?
She's just taking pictures.
It's a monster!
A monster?
Yes, sirree, looky here. Ain't no doubt about it. These are clearly the footprints of a monster. On this day, mankind received a grim reminder. We live in fear of the mighty Moozilla.
Mighty Moozilla?
This here's a scoop. I got myself a scoop. Man trampled to death by a monster. I reckon it'll be the top story in tomorrow's paper.
What nonsense. There are no such things as monsters. Wait, it can't be.
I am Dijun Huang. I have heard of your deeds. You saved my country from a great crisis.
The real assassin was you all along.
That is correct. I received a request from a key individual to take the president's life.
That man, could he have...
Hey, you! Were you the first to discover the body?
Yes, well...
Agent Lang?
Langzi says. First come, first suspect. First come, first suspected. Did you really just discover the body?
Of course. Please calm down, you're scaring her.
He does seem to have lost his composure.
Calm down? How am I supposed to calm down? Do you know who's been murdered? Dijun Huang, the president of Zhengfa.
Agent Lang, this isn't like you. When we first met, you had an army of subordinates under your command, and you boasted of having the highest arrest rate in Interpol. And what now? Did you forget the fundamentals of investigation along with all your men?
What did you say?
Instead of questioning people at random, you should investigate the crime scene first. Am I wrong?
I don't need you to tell me that. I'll do a thorough investigation.
Well, at least it seems he's calmed down for now.
Mr. Edgeworth, let's investigate too.
Yes, let us investigate. Right now, I do not have any investigation rights, but until the police arrive...
What are y'all waiting for? What are y'all saying? Ain't it obvious who done it? The man behind it all is the mighty Moozilla. Well, I guess it ain't the man behind it, more like the monster behind it. You know?
Good grief. Could you please just try not to interfere with the investigation?
Shut your trap. You're the one who's better not be sticking your nose in my business. I ain't forgiving you if you mess up my scoop.
Excuse me.
It's the woman who first discovered the body. I feel like I've seen her before.
You're Mr. Edgeworth, right? Do you remember me?
Yes, that case. From before.
Huh? Do you know her?
Yes, I do. At least I think I do.
My name's Kay Faraday. I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. My, you have such a cute assistant. I'm Penny Nichols. I'm an assistant at Global Studios. I'm in charge of the props and sets. It's nice to meet you.
Yes, that was it. I once handled a case that occurred during the filming of The Steel Samurai. This woman was a member of the show's staff and she was involved in the incident. I must have met with her on numerous occasions over the course of the case. But to be honest, I had completely forgotten about her. It's nice to see you again. The fact that you are here must mean that this place is...
Yes, this is, yes, this is sort of a...
God.
Yes, this is sort of an outdoor film lot for Global Studios. They're shooting a movie here right now. I was the first to arrive today to set everything up for the filming. But everything seems strange. Those giant footprints and that dead body.
I see. We shall examine the body. At any rate, could you please contact the police?
Yes, right away.
I'll have to take the time to listen to her story later. First, let's examine the scene. There are many things besides the body that concern me. I'll need to examine every nook and cranny of this place.
Begin investigation outside Grand Tower temporary film lot.
There's a monster costume in front of this building.
Mr. Edgeworth, is that really a costume? Maybe it's actually the monster who made all these footprints, and it just shrunk itself down.
I'll say this one more time, so listen carefully. There is a monster costume in front of this building. It's just a costume.
Oh, okay, this is the same exact. Huh.
Ms. Nichols, where does this entrance lead to?
It's connected to the Grand Tower lot.
Does this case also have something to do with that building? The building with the secret 51st floor where the black market auctions were being held. It wouldn't be strange if it were still hiding a few more secrets. Grand Tower data jotted down in my organizer. This lock and chain?
Ah, someone cut through the chain. What? I'm sure it was locked up properly yesterday, though.
Then it's possible the culprit forced his way in through here.
Ah,
What is it?
it's completely dented in. How did this happen?
There's indeed a huge dent in the fence over there. Something rather heavy must have struck it in order to make a dent like that.
It wasn't like that at all yesterday.
It wasn't? So this dent was made last night.
Ah, it's one of those sheets you lay out on the floor when you're having a picnic.
It's definitely a vinyl sheet, however. I don't think it's for picnics.
Mr. Edgeworth, if I may, that's actually a waterproof sheet. It's used with the camera crane over there. We'll cover the camera crane with it when it's raining. Then this sheet must be pretty big. Yes, it would be pointless if we didn't cover up the entire crane. The weather was overcast yesterday, so we've been using it quite a bit.
What do you want? I'm a busy gal. You best not get in my way.
Why are you so obsessed with that monster? Such a thing couldn't possibly exist.
What'd you say? I ain't letting that pass. Moozilla lives, I'm sure of it. It's the mightiest monster on this side of the Pacific Rim.
I don't suppose you have some kind of basis for that?
I saw it with my own 2 eyes. What? You saw it? No way. Yes way, the mighty Moozilla really was really here. Last night when I was on the 51st floor of the Grand Tower.
You mean when you were snooping around the black market auction?
That's right, it was right around when I took this here photo. That's the photo of the person in the red hood. This was Jill Crane, right? You see those blinds next to the red hood? Well, the mighty Moozilla was on the other side. But there's nothing in the photo. It's mighty hard to capture something like that from such a distance, but I seen it plain as day. Moozilla's giant eye was peering in through those blinds.
The monster was peering in?
Looky here. Now ain't the time for this. I gotta gather my materials. Y'all are in my way. Now go on, get. Shoot, shoot.
How absurd.
Mr. Edgeworth, you must be completely dumbfounded right now, aren't you?
Was it that clearly written on my face?
God, I love these two, honestly. I really do. I really love these two. Okay, wait, we had an examine somewhere. Ah, there we go.
This seems to be the lighting equipment they're using for the film.
Ah, that's right. There's something I wanted to ask you, Mr. Edgeworth. When I'm stealing something, can you use this to make me look cool in a spotlight?
You want someone to shine a light on you when you're stealing something?
Well, duh! If the Yatagarasu's handiwork can't be seen because it's too dark, wouldn't you feel bad for the people watching?
You're planning to steal things with an audience looking on?
Well, let's go talk to Penny, then. I knew her sprite looked familiar, I just didn't know which game it was from.
I'm sorry about earlier. I was a little flustered.
Were you here alone?
Yes, I arrived before everyone else today in order to get things prepared. When I entered the lot, I immediately noticed those giant hoof prints. The monster's hoof prints, right? Weren't you surprised? Yes, because I hadn't been there yesterday evening.
So that means the footprints were made last night.
Well, when I first saw them, I thought they were part of the set. But when I got closer to the studio, I saw that a person had collapsed.
You didn't notice until you got closer?
Lately, it seems my eyesight has gotten worse again. My glasses aren't strong enough. As I approached the body, I finally realized what it was. I was so scared I ran away.
And that was when she ran into us. You said they were filming a movie. Could it be The Steel Samurai?
No,
So it wasn't.
we're making a monster movie this time around. Have you ever heard of the Mighty Moozilla series?
I'm sorry, but no.
Mr. Edgeworth isn't interested in anything other than the Steel Samurai, after all.
That's not...
I guess that's to be expected, as the promotion for the film hasn't really started yet. The Mighty Moozilla. Its revival breaks its 12 years of silence. It's the long-awaited sequel to the original series, so the staff are all fired up. The film is set at the Grand Tower, so we're filming on location around this area.
Come to think of it, yesterday...
What's wrong, pal? Did something happen at the Grand Tower?
Cut. Excuse me, we're sort of in the middle of shooting a movie and,
I saw them filming something then. It must have been this.
I bet it ends with Moozilla completely destroying the Grand Tower. Tee, I wonder. You'll have to look forward to finding out in the theaters. If you like, you can have this.
Let's see. The battle of the century. Now it meets its greatest rival. Mighty Moozilla versus Gordy. Wait, Gordy?
This time it won't just be Moozilla. A rival monster appears as well. Have you heard of it? Gordy of Gord Lake. Ah, wasn't it the talk of the town 2 or 3 years ago? It's a mysterious monster living in Gord Lake. By chance, someone took a photo of it.
It wasn't just the talk of the town, it was also involved in a case from my past. Gordy, huh? Now there's a name I don't really want to remember.
When the director caught wind of the rumor, he decided to add it into the story.
I get the feeling he was a bit late to catch on.
Please look forward to seeing the showdown between these two rival monsters.
Monster movie flyer data jotted down in my organizer. I should confirm what the security situation was like at the scene of the crime. Ms. Nichols, was the entrance to this place locked?
Yes, it's locked with this. It's one of those types where you have to put in the correct numbers to open it, right?
About this combination lock, was it also properly locked today?
Yes, when I arrived here today, it was locked tight.
Who knows the combination?
The producer, the director, the staff, and the actors. I think everyone involved in the movie knew about it.
So, anyone involved with the film could have opened the combination lock and gone in.
Okay, well, let's see. I want to check something here. Let's see. Are these connected? Here, to the... There we go. Okay, I was right.
The front entrance, which leads to the Tower Plaza, was locked with a combination lock. At the other end, the lock on the rear entrance, which leads to the Grand Tower, was broken. Now, where does this lead us?
I know this one. The culprit entered... I know this one. The culprit entered from the rear entrance, right?
Exactly, and knowing this, we now understand one more critical fact. The culprit must be someone who didn't know the number to unlock the combination lock.
Right. If they knew the code, it would have been way easier to enter from the front entrance. Entering through the back door is common sense for a thief. It's much less conspicuous. We can't underestimate a culprit who thinks like a thief. Please, keep your guard up.
She sure becomes lively all of a sudden when the subject gets brought up. To put it simply, everyone involved with the movie knows the combination for the lock. In other words, it's quite likely that the culprit is someone who is not involved with the film. Combination lock data jotted down in my organizer.
Well, let's examine the body then.
Wow, he really is the president.
Yes, to think we saw him alive just a few days ago.
That would make this a presidential assassination, right?
This is a bit flashy for an assassination. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Okay, what's that? That looks weird.
There are no visible external wounds, but it's clear that he's already passed away.
So then I guess he really did get stepped on by
A monster? That's impossible.
Huh? Don't the president's clothes look a bit dirty to you?
Indeed, there appears to be some sort of yellow stain.
I bet it's monster drill.
Okay, please be more serious. We'll need to have forensics take a closer look at this stain. So, this was the state of the body. I should make a note of it. Crime scene notes jotted down in my organizer.
Hold up a second.
What's this white thing? Wait, is this a bone? Looks like we've got a new case on our hands.
It looks less like a bone and more like some kind of horn. Do I have anything in my evidence that could tell me what this horn is?
Do I? Okay, let's see what evidence I've got on me. No. Wait. Huh, I guess so. Could that be it?
Doesn't this horn belong to that monster Mozilla?
You're right. It looks just like it. Maybe it's a prop for the film?
Based on the size of the horn, the head should be quite large.
I wonder how it ended up here.
I'm sure we'll find out if we ask someone on the staff.
I like how it's even got hoof prints.
About this horn, have you ever seen it before?
Huh? That's Mozilla's horn. It's a model we made to use in our ad campaign. Where was it?
It was on the ground by the back entrance.
That's strange. Mozilla's head should have been stored on the studio roof.
I suppose the head would have to be rather large, wouldn't it?
Yes, it's not as big as the real thing, of course, but it's still quite large. Look, you can see it from here.
Oh, yeah, it's working.
See, it's right there.
It certainly is large.
There sure are a lot of interesting things around here. Tee hee. It's the equipment we use for filming. The Mozilla costume and the camera crane. They really are treasures. I'm getting kind of excited.
And it's possible that some of the equipment was used in the crime. I'd better take a closer look.
I wonder what this iron pole is for. Oh, maybe it's used to practice tree climbing?
No, this is a film crane. It's used to capture footage from high locations. Right now it's not attached, but normally there would be a camera connected to the end.
I get it. This would be perfect for scoping out the places you're trying to steal from. Do you think they would let me borrow this?
And how exactly, may I ask, do you intend to bring it back home with you?
Mr. Edgeworth, you can take the base and I'll take the top part.
Does she actually expect me to help her?
If we take it nice and slow, we might be able to make it to your house, Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only do you want me to help you carry it, but you plan to leave it at my house?
Let's see. Okay, so that's just the same one again. That's fine. So is this just going to be the concert? Yeah, it's the costume again. The conster! What am I saying? The conster, not the costume. The concert. Okay, examine them. Okay, so yeah, that's also still the... Maybe I can do something with the logic I have. Let's see. Stepped on by a monster, dented fence. Oh, wait, I know. Maybe these two. Ah, yeah, I got it.
The dent in this fence, and the broken horn. Neither of these things were there yesterday evening, based on the fact that these two things have changed.
Ah, could Mozilla's head have...
Indeed, the head that was on the rooftop may have tumbled down onto the ground. This is a new possibility, which would mean that...
Yeah, okay, they're telling me that this is the solution.
we may have found the missing murder weapon.
Eh? Really?
At the moment, I can only say that it is just a possibility. If the giant monster head had fallen off the studio roof...
Ah, that could definitely be a murder weapon.
Ms. Nichols, may we investigate the studio roof?
The roof? Okay, I understand. Go on ahead, but the stairs can be a little bit slippery, so please watch your step.
Okay, so we got her out of the way, so that's cool.
May we see the roof?
Yes, of course. Go right ahead.
So, this is Mozilla?
Huh? Somehow this doesn't feel quite right. See, this looks way cooler. And he doesn't have a nose ring either. Ah, I see. You two aren't familiar with Mozilla. This is Mozilla's original design from 12 years ago. What? Then what's this? That's our take on it for the new movie. We revamped the design to appeal to modern audiences. Revamped? But it looks totally different. And no matter how you look at this one...
It's a cow.
Well, of course. After all, Mozilla was originally a cow monster. A cow monster? Having a cow, an animal that humans are very familiar with, turn into a monster, allows us to question mankind's relationship with nature. That's the theme of Mozilla. Meh, I just don't get it.
Nor do I.
Oh, God.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Okay, let's look at the,
They made this replica of the original Mozilla's head for promotional purposes. We'll be using it to let people know that the film is a sequel to the original series. I guess it would be hard for people to tell that they're the same monster.
As we suspected, one of the horns appears to be broken.
So, did this head really crush the president?
It's possible, however. There's something I don't quite understand.
What's that?
Ms. Nichols, this head looks rather heavy. How do you transport it?
Ah, It's made so it can be taken apart. It's not that hard if you know how to do it. But if you don't know how, it'd be pretty much impossible, I think.
Which means it would be difficult for anyone not involved in the film. When taken apart, would it be possible for one person to carry it alone?
Definitely. Given enough time, even I could do it.
Mozilla's head Mozilla's head data jotted down in my organizer. However, this face is...
Mr. Edgeworth, I feel like I've seen this cow somewhere before.
Indeed, I was just thinking the same exact thing. It was on board the President's plane. And in the storeroom of the black market auction. The President's stuffed toy.
So that was a doll of the original Mozilla?
Could this really be just a coincidence? Mozilla doll data jotted down in my organizer. Some sort of wooden stand has fallen over. The area around it seems to be burnt black.
Huh? Mozilla's head should have been on that stand. But the legs have broken off. It doesn't look like it can be used anymore.
The broken legs seem to be badly burnt. I think it's safe to assume that a small fire occurred here.
A small fire, huh? Is that what burned and broke the legs of the stand?
When the legs broke, the stand would have tilted, if Mozilla's head was on top of the stand.
He would have fallen off. So the head fell down because of the fire.
Yes, and if that's the case, I also have a pretty good idea of what caused the fire. There's a flammable can next to the heater. It seems someone is lacking in safety awareness.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll make sure this doesn't happen again. But I don't think anyone used the heater yesterday.
I see. In that case, I wonder what caused the fire. There's a can of paint thinner here. It's probably used for making props.
Mr. Edgeworth, doesn't the area around here look kind of burnt?
It does, and this spread out blue sheet, newspaper, and the side of this can all look burnt.
I wonder if this Mozilla's head can also shoot out flames. Well, this old Mozilla design doesn't really look like it could breathe fire anyways.
That's not our main concern, but I'm certainly curious.
Let's see. Okay, what about the light?
I could probably carry a light stand of this size on my shoulder.
Okay, don't tell me you're planning to steal this.
Of course not. But if I carried this around with me, I could shine a spotlight on you whenever you shout objection. Man, that sounds so cool. So, when should we start?
Never, please.
There's a heater here. Do you think the staff uses it to keep themselves warm?
It's possible. Although it may be spring, it can still get rather chilly at night.
But Mr. Edgeworth, people are gonna think you're an old geezer if you say stuff like that. Even in the best of times, you tend to see things like an old man. Can't you at least try to be more cheerful and lively when you talk?
Do I really seem that unlively?
Since he had a Mozilla doll with him, maybe the president was a big fan. And his love for Mozilla was so great that he tried picking up the head and got crushed.
I doubt a normal person would have the strength to lift this up. And since he wasn't involved with the movie, he wouldn't have known how to take it apart.
If Mozilla really existed, that would explain everything, though. Can't you just connect the pieces in that direction for once? With logic, I mean?
Please don't give me that look.
Did I not get everything? Well, let's check again.
I already checked this area earlier, but it never hurts to take another look.
Okay, that's the message that tells me that we've gleaned everything we can. Alright, let's see here now. Well, let's try talking to Agent Lang.
Mr. Prosecutor, so we meet again.
Indeed. Just a few days ago, we met at the detention center. Agent Lang, what brings you here?
Just some boring work. Nothing you need to know about. You always pick the worst time to show up. Anyone ever tell you that bad things happen when you're around? Just don't get in the way of my investigation, okay? I must avenge the death of our president.
It's regrettable what happened to the president.
Yeah, Huang was the pride of Zhengfa, and yet
It seems like you were quite close to the president.
the previous head of the Lang clan, my father, served under President Huang. Protecting the life of the president has long been our clan's greatest duty. My old man received a great number of special medals from the president himself. As a token of his trust, the president left his will in the protection of the Lang clan. Those medals and that will, they were the pride of our clan, our family treasures, so to speak. Who would have thought the day to unseal that will would arrive so soon?
So then, I guess the president was like a close family friend. Huh? But during the incident at Gourd Lake, why weren't you with the president, Mr. Lang?
Well, a lot has changed. It all happened over 12 years ago. Back then, he and my old man were close friends, and our clan protected the president's life. But then he suddenly changed. It's as if he became an entirely different person. Nowadays, he doesn't even have a shred of faith in the police force of Zhengfa.
12 years ago. I wonder what went on then.
Even so, I still respect the man. Zhengfa is a small country, but he carried the nation with his strength. Damn it! Just what were his bodyguards doing?
Have you already contacted the embassy?
Yeah, of course. I've also informed Zhengfa and my clan as well. It's gotten pretty hectic there, what with the will and all. But it'll be the same here, once the bodyguards show up. If you don't want to see me rip into them, I suggest you get out of here soon.
You arrived here before us. What were you doing in a place like this?
You suspect me?
Come now.
I heard a scream. It was the woman who found the body. After hearing the scream, I came in through that entrance over there. Apparently, it wasn't locked.
Then why is there a lock on the ground over there? I should take a closer look. Well, I already did.
When I got in, the woman who found the body was already running out the other exit over there.
So, he came around the same time we did. Why were you at the Grand Tower?
Well, I had my reasons.
He also said something along those lines when we met at the detention center.
Maybe he's really a fan of giant monsters and he came to sneak a peek at the Muzillas?
Giant monsters? I've no interest in such things.
He clearly doesn't think the murderer is a monster either.
Mr. Prosecutor, right now I'm just a single Interpol agent, a literal lone wolf. They probably won't let me be in charge of the investigation. But you better believe my fangs are as sharp as ever. I'll definitely capture the culprit with my own hands, and you'd better not get in my way. Mr. Prosecutor, I'm going to take my leave here for a bit. There's something I have to check.
Agent Lang, I wonder if he's caught on to something.
Move it.
What did you say? Guess you're just a brat with no manners.
Drinking an entire carton of milk.
And you're an annoying old man. Quit your yapping already. I'm terribly sorry. Come on, John. Oh, what were you doing? Who was that? Someone from the police. Why'd you suddenly pick a fight with him? That sure was a tense standoff.
He didn't budge an inch, even before Agent Lang.
Allow me to introduce you. This is John Marsh. He's the lead actor in our movie.
The lead actor is this child?
Hi, I'm Kate Faraday. Nice to meet you. And this is Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Prosecutor? He's a pretty famous prosecutor, you know. But he's not wearing a prosecutor's badge.
Gah! He's frightfully perceptive.
John, it's probably better if you didn't go over there.
That's certainly not a sight a child should see. However, here's someone involved with this case. However, he is someone involved with the case. I'll need to speak with him later.
Well, I guess now's as later as ever.
John, was it? Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
Hey, old man, you really a prosecutor?
Yes. Old man.
Then first show me your prosecutor's badge.
I don't have my badge with me right now.
Then you can't prove you're a prosecutor, old man. This kid is a tough nut to crack, isn't he? Want me to give it a try?
Yes, I'm counting on you, Kay. I'm not good with kids.
So, John, you're an actor? Yeah, what about it? You're amazing. That's so cool. Not really.
Good grief. At least that seems to have worked.
About those horns. What about them? John's horns are specially made prosthetics. John plays a young boy who has a special connection with Mozilla. He can communicate with Mozilla using those horns. Right, John? Shut up! Stop blabbering about that stupid stuff. Oh, sorry.
I think I'm beginning to see the kind of relationship these two have.
But it must be amazing to star in a movie, and you're only in elementary school.
Oh, you said the wrong thing. Okay, you said the wrong thing. Never tell a kid.
Despite how he looks, John is 13 years old and he's already in middle school. What? But he's so small. And he's wearing a kitty backpack. The backpack is part of his costume. He's an actor after all. I see, but he's still really tiny. It's probably better if you didn't talk about his height in front of... I thought I told you to stop blabbering about stupid stuff. Sorry.
It seems the only thing that's not a prop is that milk carton.
That guy over there. He's the president, right? Yep. Do you know him? Yeah, I've met him before.
This boy has met with the president?
That guy makes me sick. That's not a very nice thing to say. Why do you hate the president so much? Huh? And now he's giving me the silent treatment. The truth is, the president was involved in the film.
The president was involved in the film? What do you mean?
He was supposed to have a brief cameo in the movie. He came by to look around the set some time ago. That's when he met with John.
Why would the president be appearing in this film?
We heard he was a fan of the original Mozilla series. And so he made him an offer. We thought it would make great publicity, you see. He comes on the movie set like he's on some sightseeing tour. It's so annoying. John, you really shouldn't say stuff like that. It's not nice. Shut it!
I guess he couldn't tolerate having an amateur appear in his film.
Oh, right. Here. What's this? Was this from yesterday?
A photo?
Yeah. Since it was developed, I brought it along with me. You can have it. I think it turned out quite nicely. So you brought it all the way here for me? Thank you so much. No, not really. I just happened to have it with me.
Excuse me, but may I take a quick look at it?
Oh, sure. Here you go.
So, this was taken yesterday. Now that the hoofprints know the body are in it. Commemorative photo data jotted down in my organizer.
I don't know if there's anything else I can look at. Let's talk to Penny again. Maybe she's got some new info. She does not. Okay, let's talk to, What do you want? What do you want? I'm a busy gal. Okay. Yeah, alright. Okay, so we're gonna see this again? Alright, fair enough then. I'm just gonna, like, fast forward through it then. Okay, so yeah, she's nothing. So, alright, let's...
I already checked up here.
Alright, fair enough. Okay, well, let's look at the body again then, I guess.
I won't rest until I've been...
Okay, so I did miss something. Cool. Alright, let's see here now. So...
There are broken pieces of concrete scattered all around the present.
Yes, they were probably scattered about when the ground got damaged.
And that must have been when the monster's foot went thud.
If the culprit was actually a monster. Monster's footprints data jotted down in my organizer.
It kind of looks like a hoof the way it's split in two like that. Yep, it definitely looks like a monster's footprint to me. And there's even 3 of them, Mr. Edgeworth.
There are no such things as monsters. Do you honestly believe they exist?
No, not really. But wouldn't it be cool if they did exist?
We're searching for the truth, Kay, not for what is cool.
Investigation complete!
And with that, this portion of the investigation seems to be finished.
So the murder weapon really is...
Yes, as it stands now, the possibility that it was the monster head is quite high.
So he ended up being squashed by the falling head, huh?
Oh no.
Although they're extremely late to the party, the bodyguards and the police have finally arrived.
Mr. President!
They really were far too late.
Damn it, who did this?
They'll pay for this. I swear I'll make them pay. But you know, this much is enough to put me at ease. The person who did this to Huang. I've already got my eye on a suspect.
What? What do you mean?
Even though Huang was the victim, he doesn't have extraterritorial rights here. Your country's police have the right to investigate. However, I've already spoken with them. As an agent of Interpol, they're letting me assist in the investigation.
So, they've already established a plan for this investigation?
I've already found my prey. Now it's time for the hunt. Take a look at this. It's a printout from a security camera on the Grand Tower rooftop. This camera records people as they get off the rooftop elevator. And guess who was recorded? The president and his killer can be clearly seen.
Why is Miss Courtney there?
So, he's saying Judge Courtney is the murderer?
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I shall leave this offering to the goddess of law to you. Deliver her divine judgment against Blaise de Best.
Could she, who hates crime more than anyone, have security camera photo jotted down in my organizer? Agent Lang, I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Not so fast!
There it is.
Just now I heard a rumor at the Grand Tower. Miles Edgeworth, that you are no longer a prosecutor. Naturally, that means you don't even have a shred of investigative authority. So what would be the point of having a logic battle with someone like you?
Why would you say something like that? Did you also just get reduced to being a lone agent?
Hey, answer me this. Even though you've lost your position as a prosecutor, why are you still sticking your neck into this case?
Why do I still continue to investigate? Agent Lang, why are you pursuing the criminal who murdered the president? Because you're an Interpol agent? Right now, I'm also chasing after a certain person. Someone in the shadows who was behind the murder at the Grand Tower yesterday. Someone who plays Kay in grave danger. Even now, they are lurking somewhere, laughing at us. We will uncover the truth and bring them to justice. And a title such as prosecutor has nothing to do with it, as long as the truth remains hidden. I will continue to seek out that truth, for that is a part of my creed.
Ha ha! You're always trying to be so clever, but you really are kind of an idiot.
Me, an idiot? How rude.
That's the answer I wanted to hear. All right, I'll play along with you for a bit. I've lost all my men, and you've lost your title. And yet, we still continue to investigate. Let's begin this battle of logic between two kindred spirits.
You have my thanks.
However, I won't go easy on you. I'll definitely catch the criminal who murdered Huang. And I won't let you get in my way.
Yes, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Let me show you the truth that this wolf has sunk his fangs into.
Why, Courtney?
Listen up. That woman met with the president on top of the Grand Tower. 2 nights ago, she pushed the president off the roof, and he fell onto this film lot. At the time, there was no one else on the rooftop, aside from those 2. There's no room for doubt. That woman murdered the president.
It was just the 2 of them alone on the rooftop. No bodyguards?
Yeah, I confirmed it with those bodyguards over there. They didn't know about it either. Guess he managed to give them the slip. He must have had something secret to talk about.
President Huang and Judge Courtney. Did those 2 have some sort of connection?
Apparently, he had an arrangement with the owner of the Grand Tower. He requested the entrance to the viewing platform be restricted so they could be alone. Well, it's not like the owner could turn down a request from the president.
Does that mean the last person to see the president was...
Exactly. Courtney, you mean? It's gotta be her.
Agent Lang's reasoning is certainly sound. However, he has overlooked one major thing. And that's where I must strike.
Okay, well, let's see here now. 2 nights ago, she pushed the president off the... Wait, 2 nights ago? Hold on a second. There we go. That was easy enough. Yep. Yep.
Shi Long Lang. For the Interpol agent with the highest arrest rate to have fallen so low.
What you say?
This is a commemorative photo taken by the staff at Global Studios.
Everyone's got such great smiles. Well, except for John.
This photo was taken yesterday.
What?
If Judge Courtney had murdered the president 2 days ago, then his body should have been there when this photo was taken.
Oh!
Oh! Perhaps you should have listened a bit more carefully to those involved in the case. Questioning witnesses is one of the basic fundamentals of an investigation, is it not?
I've captured Mr. Edgeworth's great smile. You really do look most alive when you're cornering your opponent.
Grr, just as I expected. It's been a while since I felt like this.
Agent Lang, haven't you been a little hasty in your reasoning?
Tch, I don't need your advice. Lang Zi says, the wrath of a wolf lasts 100 years. My anger towards the woman who killed the president cannot be suppressed.
I too wish to capture the culprit. However, there's no doubt that the body appeared here last night. Therefore, the president could not have fallen to his death.
Yeah, he was crushed by the monster head.
The crime occurred here at the film lot, not on the rooftop of the Grand Tower.
So, that's what you think. Still, I don't intend to stray from my logic either.
However, he could not have fallen to his death 2 nights ago. This photo proves that.
Is that so? Think about it this way. 2 nights ago, Courtney pushed the president off the roof and killed him. Afterwards, she snuck into the film lot to hide the body.
In here?
Wouldn't it be easy to hide a body in a costume or behind all this equipment? Then all she had to do last night was retrieve the body. Once we search this area, we'll know where she hid the body.
Unfortunately, there's no need for a search.
What'd you say?
This piece of evidence proves that Judge Courtney could not have hidden the body.
Is it the footprints? I don't actually know the answer to this one. Let's see, the original Mizell design has... Oh, wait, of course. Combination lock.
All the entrances to the film lot were locked. The chain on the back entrance was only cut last night.
What?
Therefore, Judge Courtney could not have entered the film lot 2 nights ago.
Hiya! Hiya! But the president could only have fallen 2 nights ago.
Why are you so insistent that the crime occurred 2 days ago?
Why? Because there's still more to the security camera footage.
Why, Courtney? Part 2.
A photo was recorded 10 to 20 minutes after the president went up to the roof with that woman. That woman, she came back down on the elevator alone. After that, there was no sign of the president getting on the elevator at all. There's no other way for the president to get down without using the elevator, is there? Besides getting pushed off the roof by that woman, that is.
Oh, wait. We know this one.
The president never came down from the rooftop.
That's right. The security camera is always watching the entrance of the elevator. It was specifically set up to record anyone who entered or exited the rooftop. Essentially, the camera created a locked room, one which the president vanished from.
A locked room. I see. This is quite an unfavorable piece of evidence for Judge Courtney. The security camera photo data updated in my organizer.
A rooftop escape. That's a difficult feat.
So even the Yatagarasu can't just fly through the sky.
That's right. I still need more training to be able to pull that off.
Are you saying you're going to train yourself to fly?
Okay, see, I know the answer to this one. Okay, so yeah. Yep, here we go. All right. Well, let's see. This has got to be, yep, there is another way. Yep, bingo. Nailed it. See, I feel a lot smarter now than I did earlier. But, you know, it is what it is.
As a matter of fact, there was one. A hidden route, that is.
A way down without using the elevator? You'd better not tell me he flew off or something.
There's no need for that. It's quite simple. The president just needed to know about the existence of the hidden 51st floor.
The 51st floor?
This building has a hidden 51st floor. It is accessible through a secret hatch on the rooftop. Using that route, it would be possible to leave the rooftop without using the elevator.
Hidden room? Secret hatch? How could the president have even known about that?
I wonder. I don't know the answer myself. I'm merely raising a possibility.
In the first place, what's this all about? This hidden 51st floor. Sounds like something that ninja girl over there would love to get into.
No way. I'm sick of that place.
Okay, that place only holds bad memories after all. The 51st floor was a secret storeroom for the black market auction. Its true purpose was only exposed yesterday.
Black market auction? You aren't suggesting the president was involved in something like that, are you?
I have no proof. However, the possibility exists, does it not?
I wouldn't put it past that president.
Oh, how? How?
Eek!
Impossible! The president would never! He would never be involved in a black market auction.
What's this?
You punks! Are you prepared? If you're going to spot nonsense like that, I'll tear you to pieces!
Eek!
She ran away.
You don't have any idea the amount of respect that man has earned from his country's people.
I see. We've seen the president's true colors. However, the people of Zhengfa remain in the dark. Should I inform Agent Lang of the president's true nature? No, telling him now would only further cloud his judgment. I understand, Agent Lang. Please calm down. I spoke out of line. I apologize.
Sorry. My emotions got the best of me.
And Kay, how long do you plan on hiding? You can come out now.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. My anger is directed towards the president's killer.
Well, I'll be. You're actually a pretty good guy, ain't you? That loyalty to your president, it's mighty admirable.
What's it to you?
Aw, don't be like that. I've got some good news for you, I reckon.
What?
The president ain't never passed through the 51st floor. You can count on me.
Really?
I was in the storeroom myself, and I saw it with my very own eyes.
That's right. She snuck into the storeroom that day. Lotta's testimony jotted down in my organizer.
Thanks. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor.
What is it?
I don't intend to give the culprit a single step of leeway. No one's seen the president since he met with Courtney 2 days ago.
That doesn't change the fact that the body wasn't here yesterday. If he were pushed off 2 days ago, it would be odd that he wasn't found until yesterday. I doubt a fall from the roof would take a whole day.
I'll admit there are a few things I still haven't figured out.
Regardless, there's one thing I'm certain of.
There is?
What exactly occurred here last night? I'm certain we'll have to look into that in order to uncover the truth.
Because the body and the hoofprints could have only appeared last night, right?
Agent Lang, we'd like to bring the body in for the autopsy.
Huang, it's in your hands. Make sure you show the proper respect.
I also have one more thing to report.
What is it?
We found some footprints near the body. They were left within the area that looks like a monster's footprint.
There were human footprints within the monster's footprint?
What kind of footprints?
Sir, they were the footprints of a child about the size of an Sir, they were the footprints of a child about the size of an elementary school student.
What?
Huh? An elementary school student? Wait, could it be?
Who was that?
Hold it.
Ms. Nichols?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please excuse my rudeness.
Is there something you want to say? What is she so scared of?
I'm worried that you'll think poorly of me, but please let me testify something. It's really important.
That's not something you need to be so worried about. What is it?
Last night, I actually came here.
What?
Eek!
Why did you come here?
Well, I got a little worried, so I stopped by to check up on John.
John? You mean John Marsh? As I thought.
Yes. Last night, John stayed here late in order to practice by himself. Wow, he's really dedicated. Well, this movie is the first time he's starring as the lead role, so I'm sure he wants to do his best.
She must have witnessed something last night. When was this?
If I remember correctly, I think it was a little past 10 p.m. It looked like it was going to rain, and I was getting worried, so I came to check up on him. And when I got here, well,
You saw something?
Yes. John was practicing by himself, and right above his head, I saw a long, long neck. A neck? Yes, its skin was really scaly, almost like a reptile. It was like the neck of a dinosaur.
Oh, God. Whoa there! Could that have been Gordy? Last time I went hunting for it, it was a bust, but I reckon this could be the real deal.
What? So this time it's Gordy? That's right. I was really surprised. After all, John is the boy who can communicate with Mozilla.
Yeah, that's right. Them horns of his lets him hear what the monster's saying, right?
Even so, he was looking up at Gordy's face and he was talking to it. It was like they were friends. Doesn't that sound weird?
You said it, sister. That's pretty darn strange, I reckon. That boy's a little traitor.
It seems she's gotten reality mixed up with the movies.
Hey, Missy, did you really see that?
Yes, but I was so shocked I immediately ran home after that.
What do you make of this, Mr. Prosecutor? Has another monster taken the stage?
Agent Lang, do you really believe this absurd testimony?
I couldn't care less about the monsters. However, it looks like who we need to talk to next has been decided now, hasn't it?
And John Marsh. He was here last night. It's very likely he saw something, isn't it?
Attaboy! John Marsh, we've got some questions for you.
John kind of left a while ago.
What?
Let's go after him.
Oh, God. April 6th, 10:54 a.m. Outside Grand Tower, Tower Plaza. Is he in the taxi?
Where'd he run off to?
He might have just gone back home.
That's right. I mean, it doesn't look like they're going to get any filming done today.
Or he may have run away.
Aren't you just overthinking things?
He's still a child. I can't imagine that he could have murdered the president by himself.
Who said he was alone? Maybe that monster helped him. That boy can summon a monster to his aid, right?
Very funny.
I'm not saying the kid's definitely the culprit, but right now he's the most prominent witness we have. So we'll need to find that brat. Mr. Edgeworth.
Ah, Gummy!
Ugh. Ay.
Oh god, he ran off!
He ran away.
What is the detective doing?
It doesn't matter. It's not like I can rely on this country's police anyways.
Agent Lang, do you intend to continue investigating by yourself?
Yeah, that's right. You got a problem with that?
Didn't you always have a small army of subordinates with you before?
That's right. But you know, being a lone wolf isn't all that bad. You don't have to worry about your subordinates or partners. All you need are your fangs. Simple, right?
Subordinates and partners?
Well then, I'll be seeing you two.
Things are getting interesting. I reckon I'm about to get real busy myself. After all, I got me a pair of monsters to hunt. I'm definitely getting my hands on this scoop. Things have gotten pretty crazy, haven't they?
Indeed, there's the footprints of Muzilla, and now the shadow of Gordy. It's almost exactly like the movie.
How about we go monster hunting too?
Well, isn't that...
Isn't that one of Lang's men?
He's one of Agent Ling's subordinates. We met him during another case. Excuse me?
Oh, Prosecutor Edgeworth. It has been a while.
Shouldn't you be following Mr. Lang?
Agent Lang, Shifu, is no longer my boss.
What exactly happened?
Do you remember the incident from 1 month ago?
The Yatagarasu incident we had been involved with.
Agent Lang made a major mistake back then. He almost aided and abetted a dangerous criminal.
Certainly, it had come quite close to that at the time.
Shifu took responsibility for what happened, and our team was disbanded.
Disbanded?
So that's what Agent Lang was talking about when he said he had become a lone wolf.
Then, why are you here?
Well, I was a little worried about Shifu. It seems that even now he's still chasing after them. The ghosts of 12 years past. Ghosts of 12 years past? Just what are you?
I'm sorry. I've already said too much. If you'll excuse me.
Please tell me this is a cliffhanger.
These ghosts Agent Lang is chasing after. Do they also have something to do with this case?
Looks like everyone's left now. So, what do we do now?
Well, Ms. Hart is going after the monsters, and Agent Lang is going after John. We should also try approaching this case from a different angle.
What angle would that be?
We should listen to what Judge Courtney has to say.
Ah, that's right. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Courtney is... Well then, I shall take my leave here. I will be presiding over Patricia Rowland's trial. She said that she had a trial coming up.
Indeed. Let's head to the courthouse as well.
Kay!
Is this going to be our cliffhanger? Ah, yeah, it is. Okay, alright, so we're going to call it here. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, so, alright. 4 more segments left and I'm done with the game. I wonder if I can actually make it next time. I doubt it, but that'd be cool. April 6th, 11:23 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Wait, is it really going to be Francisca versus Frey? God. Alright, so this has been Back to Log Off. I've been Professor Icepick, signing off. See you next time.